attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right, calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, April 28th, 2021. Let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mary Ternovskaya, and I'll be taking over for Heidi today. So I'll go ahead and start with Chair Grumbine.
Here.
Vice Chair House.
I'm here.
Commissioner Jordan.
I'm here.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Commissioner Lundvik.
That's you, Ed.
He was here.
Are you on mute? I see him still. Oh, I think you're mute, Commissioner Lendick. He's waving his arms, so.
All right, I'll go ahead and move on to Commissioner Mahan.
Present.
Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
And Commissioner Uli.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's move on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to give verbal public comment, you're attending by webinar, now is the opportunity. Currently, I don't see any attendees in the audience, and I'll just ask Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written general correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive one letter from Francesca Galt, and it was distributed to the commission before this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not seeing any hands. So back to you, Mr. Chair, for the next item.
Great, thank you. Mr. Hamilton. All right, on to item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of April 14th, 2021.
So moved.
Have a motion? All right, motion by Uli, or was that motion by House? House.
Vice Chair House can take the motion. I'll take the second.
All right, sounds good. All right, under discussion, are there any edits, changes?
I think I went over them and they look fine.
All right, and okay, in that case, oh, Commissioner Lendick. Oh, he's muted. I can't hear you. Commissioner Lendick, maybe try going out and restarting and coming back in. Did you have any edits before you did, before? Okay, no edits. Great. Okay, well we'll take care of that while you reload. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, to Commissioner Lendick, it might work if you just change your audio input on the webinar control panel. So change it from phone call back to computer audio, and then do that once or twice, and that should resolve the issue.
If that helps.
We have some lovely music while we're waiting.
Oh yeah, I
we
would
know
turn that off.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we are. Okay, great. All right, Commissioner Lendick, we got you. All right, so anyone else that has any other comments before we go to vote on approval? All right, we have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan.
I apologize for the interruption. We seem to be getting some feedback. Any commissioners who aren't currently speaking, please turn off your mics. That seems to be better. Ms. Ternovskaya, if you want to try continuing.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Edmonds.
Abstain?
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Let's go on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of April 28th, 2021.
I move approval
Mr.
of the
Hamilton?
calendar.
All right. Do we have a second? Commissioner House or Vice Chair House? Second, all right, to Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Item A on today's consent calendar was 524 State Street for review after final, and review after final was granted as submitted. Item B was 2190 Alston Road, which received project design approval with findings and comments. And then item C, the last item, was 413 Wyola Road. That was for concept review, only received comments and was continued indefinitely. And we had Commissioners Mahan and Manuel reviewing today.
All right, thank you. So to the commission with any discussion or questions regarding it. All right, in that case, we have a roll call vote.
All right, I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes?
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sorry, I just missed who. Oh, is that Mr. Hamilton?
yes.
Okay,
Staff
sorry.
has one announcement. So as you noticed, we do have a new commission secretary. I'd like to welcome Mary Ternovskaya to HLC. She's been doing a wonderful job at SFDB and ABR and starting with HLC and will also continue to staff ABR. I'd also like to congratulate Heidi Rydell on her promotion to planning technician. She's going to be staffing the sign committee now. So welcome to Mary and congrats and thank you to Heidi.
Welcome and
All
thank
right.
you.
Yes.
Here, here.
Yeah. All right. Commissioner Manuel.
Yeah, for next HLC meeting on the 12th, I'll be absent from both the full commission and consent.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
This is Commissioner Edmonds.
Okay.
So if I recall, I am Commissioner Manuel replacement on consent
Okay.
for landscaping. Is that correct? Anybody?
That sounds
Yes,
good. We'll go with
that is
that.
correct.
Okay, so I will plan to attend in his to consent in his
Right.
replacement. I assume then that I will get an invitation to a GoToWebinar for that.
Yes, by announcing that you'll be, attending that meeting, we can send you all the necessary info to join.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. All right. Other announcements?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I just would like to announce that on Monday morning, a very sunny Monday morning, I had the opportunity to walk through the entire Paseo Nuevo project. And we agreed to have it painted white. And I think all of the commissioners should take an opportunity to walk through it on a sunny day. I think that it's too bright and it's too all one color. I think we should have had it be a variety of whites and off-whites and beiges. I think it would have been a lot more interesting. But my announcement is for commissioners to go and walk through it and see what you think, because you might learn something from that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any other announcements? All right, we'll go on to item subcommittee reports.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Uli.
the designation subcommittee met, reviewed 3 properties and have recommended to the full board that each be designated, and they'll be coming forward at some future date.
All right, great, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
We look forward to that. Yes, Vice Chair House.
Commissioner Mahan and I met with Jessica Grant and Derek Bailey and a couple other staff from Public Works, as well as landscape architect Robert Adams, to review the proposed changes in the Sola Street bike path. And it was a very productive meeting. And we pretty much start out by asserting that we accept the configuration of the diverter devices that they need to use, because City Council approved of those. But we made a strong case for using sandstone curbs wherever possible, and very plentiful landscaping, and not limiting it to 8 inches high, and keeping trees out of the sight lines of the street corridor down towards the mountains, and minimizing the amount of brick paving. And where they do use brick paving, to use red clay bricks. So like I say, it was a very productive meeting. Actually, Derek Bailey, many occasions asked, would you like us to remove more concrete here to add, create a larger planter in the sidewalk? And so they're very accommodating, and we're very much appreciative. And I also forwarded comments to Councilmember Sneddon that to let her know the outcome of the meeting, and to thank her again for her defense of the HLC at the City Council appeal. So Commissioner Mahan, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I agree with your comments. It was very productive, and the Public Works seemed to be bending over backwards to be different than they were when they came before the full commission. I think one of the important things that happened was that we, in front of the sidewalk in front of the Upham, we made a number of changes to the configuration of the sidewalk, which I think will greatly enhance the approach to the Upham, and also the curb. There'll be a better unloading zone at the curb. They're taking away quite a bit of red curb, which they don't need anymore, and so there will be additional parking spaces and landscaping along those streets. I can't describe it to you, but I hope that when we get some drawings, we will be able to show you the extent of the changes. They're very positive. They had it all laid out for us in the paint on the street, and some of the planters are quite large, and it's very exciting that we're going to have these large planters, and we're going to have them full of landscaping. I think it's going to be a great improvement to the visual aspects of Sola Street.
And no mulch.
What? No mulch?
Yeah.
No mulch.
That's great. Well, they're very.
And
that sounds
another thing is
wonderful,
we talked about minimizing the brick, but where we do have to use brick, we want the real red brick, and they said, okay, we'll do that. So, but we'd like to minimize the brick and maximize the landscaping.
And one last recollection is that we ask that they minimize or eliminate the use of that garish green paint, or at the very least, use a more appealing shade of green. So hopefully that will come
Like
back.
Malaga green?
Exactly.
We suggested Malaga green or Malaga green, and I said there are 1,000 shades of green if you've ever been to Ireland, and hopefully we can get a nicer shade of green.
Great. Well, thank you both for that. And yeah, thank you very much to staff as well for being working so well with HLC and being so accommodating. And we look forward to seeing it all built out, and hopefully a great process going forward that we've learned from this, so that we can get engaged with on public projects early and help drive some of the aesthetic decisions that don't have to cost a whole lot more, but can be a little nicer. So
Here, here.
all right. Well, thank you both. Other subcommittee reports? All right. Well, in that case, we're done with general business. Let's move on to item number 1, 702 Anacapa Street. This is a miscellaneous action item, public hearing for structure of merit designation. This is a review of a staff report and public hearing to consider the structure of merit designation of the neon signs and/or mural and/or building. The 1920s commercial building constructed circa 1925 has neon signs recreated to match those that were on the building from 1940 to 1978. All right. So with that, is
I'm here.
Hernandez here? Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This sign designation was forwarded from the sign committee for your consideration. And then it did go to the designation subcommittee. They did not recommend designation, but Commissioner Drury did request that we have the hearing and have your full discussion about the signs anyway, because he feels they're very important for the full discussion. So I'm going to give you a little background and then let you all have your discussion. As some background, Jeannie Luera owned the corner Mexican-style restaurant on East Ortega and Anacapa Streets, known as La Paloma, from 1940 until she retired in 1979. And the 3 neon signs were estimated to have been installed in 1940 when it opened, when neon sign art was sort of at its height. Although they were not permitted until 1962, when she did put in the permit request to retain these 3 neon signs, which she was permitted to do. When the building changed to the Paradise Cafe in 1981, the new owner came in, and in 1983 he went to the sign committee and received approval for the sign based on it being a really unique character of the building. Then it was appealed in 1983, and City Council also granted the neon signs to be changed from the words La Paloma to Paradise in the same size, font color as the original La Paloma sign, retaining the little cafe portion. And they said, as it would preserve the unique character of the building. So when the applicants came to put the signs back to the original name, they came in saying they want to return the historic sign to the building, but they haven't ever been deemed historic. And they were granted this by the sign committee, as I said, as these are extraordinary, exceptional circumstances applicable to this unique property, because they're now Pueblo Viejo and neon is not permitted. So they were asking for special consideration because of returning the historic name and using the historic neon. And the committee referred them to Historic Landmarks Commission for potential designation. And in the report, we found that the neon signs, as well as the Leo Carrillo mural and maybe the storefront, do qualify as a structure of merit. For the neon signs, the National Park Service has a preservation brief on signs. that really describe how they can be so important to a community. Historic signs give continuity to public spaces, becoming part of the community memory. They sometimes become landmarks in themselves, almost without regard to the building which they're attached. And for the property on which they stand, they can be something special in an age of uniform franchise signs, as well as become so important to the community that they're valued long after the role as commercial markers has ceased. They become loved because they become visible on certain streets and from many vantage points throughout the city. And they're valued for their familiarity and beauty and their humor or other unique characteristics. So since 1940, this location has been a restaurant loved by people from Santa Barbara. First as La Paloma Cafe, then as Paradise Cafe. The neon sign is valued for its familiarity and identity with the corner restaurant and the neon sign culture of the 1940s, and has become an icon of a familiar corner restaurant that has been an important gathering place for the people in Santa Barbara for 80 years. The sign itself has gained its own historic significance as the sign ordinance in Santa Barbara, neon is not permitted, so it is a unique example of neon representing a time and place of the 1940s. The mural, which is on the side, is of Leo Carrillo, and I don't know the date it was added, but Michael Redman of the Santa Barbara Historical Museum wrote about who Leo Carrillo was. He was a adopted son of Santa Barbara. He was from Los Angeles, but always felt an affinity to Santa Barbara. He was a community activist. He sat on the State Parks Commission, and the Leo Carrillo State Beach honors him. He was also an ardent historic preservationist, helping to save a number of buildings in Los Angeles and Santa Barbara. And he was also known often to be seen in our Fiesta Parade, which the mural shows him on his Palomino, and an enthusiastic member of Rancheros Visitores. And the Corner Cafe, the original storefront, is a traditional 1920s storefront with the unique character-defining features of the 1940s neon sign and the mural. And I did also find it qualified for Criterion G, just as neon is a outstanding material. Neon is a great 20th century contribution to a sign maker's art. And neon first appeared in the 20s and reached its height in the 40s, and the recreated La Palomas in the 1940s style of it really encased in the tube. And Criterion I, a unique neon sign, has been on the building since 1940, and a singular physical characteristic representing an established and familiar feature of the neighborhood. It's extremely unique in Santa Barbara, and restored to its original name, became part of the community memory. And adding, just in case anyone wonders, that recreating the sign does meet the interior standard. Number 6, replacement of a distinctive feature. The new feature will match the old in design, color, texture, and where possible materials. The replacement of missing features is substantiated by documentary and physical evidence. And this was the case in this sign reconstruction. So that is my presentation. I'll end it there, but I'll discuss.
Great, thank you. Okay, so now let's go to public comment on this. So any member of the public wishing to comment, please follow the instructions on the screen. Click on the green hand arrow icon. You get 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and you'd like to give verbal public comment, follow the instructions on screen. I don't see any hands raised currently, so just confirm with Ms. Chernovskaya whether we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and Chair, we have not received any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there are no hands raised in the audience currently, so back to the Commission for questions.
All right, great, thank you. All right, commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Report, Vice Chair House.
What impact, if any, does designating this neon as a structure of merit have on a future restaurant owner who would want to have a different name in neon? Can the sign be changed as long as it maintains the style or something like that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. In my experience, the sign stays the same. You know, the applicant made the case of putting this back to its original name. And as it said in the National Park Service, sometimes the signs carry the importance even though the business is not there anymore. And all over the country, we see signs that are retained even though the business has changed. They become icons in themselves. So I think that because they made the claim we're putting this historic sign back, this would be protected as it is in this lettering and always have that community memory of the La Paloma.
So if I understand then, if this restaurant closed and somebody else took over the restaurant and had a different name for their restaurant, they would still have to have this name up there.
That's how it's traditionally done in historic signs, in my experience in other communities. It really.
And sometimes they do like a tagline underneath it, like, you know, McDonald's at La Paloma Cafe.
I hope
Sure. And it just becomes just this icon that the new business usually can carry forward because it's so iconic in itself and unusual. Not like a big box sign with neat, you know.
I guess also being a structure of merit and not designated as a landmark, the HLC could always consider a request for demolition of this neon. Is that true?
Yes, they could. You know, they would have to request it from you and saying it enhanced the historic feature, but it would still have to go through probably a CEQA review.
I see. Okay.
And any other questions?
This is Commissioner Edmonds. So is the sign, the neon sign that we're looking at right now, has that been approved by the sign committee, or did the applicant skip the approval process and put the sign up?
No, it was approved by the sign committee, and as part of their approval, they wanted the consideration for it to be historic, because they really approved it because it was going back to this 1940s neon original name and thinking that might need to be protected since they gave them special exceptions for having neon in the district.
Okay, so the sign is approved. So we're not being asked to approve the sign. We're only being asked to whether we can make the building a structure of merit.
Or the sign itself, you can choose.
Okay.
I know Commissioner Drury, and he might want to chime in at comments, but wondered about the building itself. I think the 1920s storefront is an authentic storefront, and the mural is part of that as well as the signs. But that's why I put and or, because I think that can be a commission decision.
So just to get all of our choices clear here, so we have we can do the sign itself could be now is the potentials list of a possibility as well?
Well, this came, I guess you could, we agendized it as structures of merit. It did come in as a resolution of intent because it didn't come in, it came in just at the referral of the sign committee, went to the designation subcommittee and to here. I guess if we put it on the potentials list, it doesn't make that much difference than a structure of merit.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, I just want to make sure we have all of our potential, all of our choices in front of us in terms of what could be done. And what could be done and what could be done at this hearing in specific. So, okay, so in theory, we could then put it on the potentials list.
Mm-hmm.
And then we could put it as a structure of merit, or we could put it as a structure of merit with a request to do a landmark, finding it worthy to be a landmark. That's the other option. And all three of those are options for both the sign or the building as a whole. Is that correct?
And the mural.
Oh, and mural. So sign, mural, and building as a whole. So it could be any one of those things could be done for here, or we can decide that it's not none of those, or D, none of them, and none of it is worthy of being any of those things. Okay.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Commissioner Uli, then Commissioner Drury.
Follow-up question to that line questioning. Technically, this building is not within the jurisdiction of HLC, except that this request has been made. Right? Is it within the district?
It is within the district, so it's under your jurisdiction anyway.
So I'm wondering why it didn't come in front of HLC because it was in the district first instead of just another body, but that's a different thing. I don't want to open up a can of worms.
It's all the signs, even in the district, go to the sign committee only, because we have 2 members of HLC on the sign committee.
Next, a designated sign could be relocated. So if a future operator of a restaurant here wanted to relocate the sign, we'd have to evaluate the merits of a relocation versus a demolition or deletion of the resource, right?
You would, and also look at, the setting, do we want to keep that corner marked in the memory? So I think you would look at those elements of integrity when you relocate it. You still have the sign, but do you have the location association and all those things when you relocate it that we look at?
It would lose its context, but the resource would be retained. All right, thanks.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? All right, let's go into comments. Oh, Vice Chair House, I see your mouth moving, but I don't see, I don't hear anything.
Muted. I'm assuming
Oh,
these are
I'm sorry. I didn't call on Commissioner Drury. Sorry.
Oh, that's right.
You
Okay.
were supposed to be after Commissioner Uli. Sorry about that. We'll come back to you, Vice Chair House. Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I was asked to chime
You have a
in,
question?
so I will chime as little as and as shortly as possible. Yeah, when it came in front of our sign committee, I think we were pretty unanimous that the resource, we could really only comment on the sign, and we were in support of that. But our feeling, I think, was that the whole package, that corner, should be protected. At least that's my take on it. Perhaps the other sign committee members would have a different idea, but I think we were all pretty unanimous. So that's my comment on what we decided. The sign was certainly worth protecting, and the building and the whole facade itself of the corner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair House?
I am assuming that those neon La Paloma letters are not the original neon and that they recreated it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner House, you are correct. They recreated it to match the original. We had pictures of the original in some 1970s photographs, so they matched it to the original.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Great. Any other questions before we go into comments? All right, let's go into comments. Who wants to start? Vice Chair House?
Chair.
Oh, sorry, that was Commissioner Mahan. Okay. Yep.
I agree with Commissioner Drury. I think the sign, the building, and the mural should all be protected. This block is getting to be very important. It's on the other corner diagonally across is the historical museum, and then there's the studios. I can't think of the name.
Studios.
The Meridian Studios, right? And across the street from this is the Plunkett Building. That's a landmark, and this is a very, very important district, and I think we need to protect it. The whole building, the mural, and the sign. And I would vote for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Other commissioners want to weigh in? Vice Chair House, did you have something, or were you just? I wasn't sure if you were muted or. Okay.
I was not actually wanting to say something.
Okay. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said, I agree with Commissioner Mahan that I think the whole kit and caboodle should be protected. Thank you.
And to piggyback on what you guys are, and I think the shot shows it, I think with the original storefront windows and with the original massing and detailing and the mural and the sign now. I think it definitely is a nice little gem on the corner that I would be in support of the whole thing. As a structure of merit, I don't think it's a landmark, but I think it's a structure of merit. Commissioner Uli?
We're in comments, right?
Yep, comment away.
I would disagree. If you're putting this building on a scale of integrity of 1 to 10, I'd put it, somewhere around 3 or 4. Really the only thing that has been retained in its integrity is maybe the geometry of that storefront. There have been too many alterations, I think, over time, including the side door that chomps into, the field of the mural, the drainage elements that have been added around the top of the building, and various modifications around the other side, that there's not enough, for me, there's not enough integrity to make this rise to the importance of structure of merit.
Okay. Others?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
Mr.
Drury?
Chair? Yes, I would
Yep.
disagree with Commissioner Rulli. It's part of a fabric of a neighborhood, and it may not be a stunning architectural gem, but it is a part of a line of houses that go back toward Santa Barbara Street, and it goes up to a really beautiful little pink cottage that's right next door. And I think that Commissioner Mahan's comments, drive the point home that it's a juxtaposition of these architectural elements, and certainly it isn't, a Plunkett building, but it's a neighborhood feature. And I think that I'm a little I'm disappointed when some commissioners don't recognize that the feature of a neighborhood is just as important as a magnificent building with all the bells and whistles intact. And I think on that basis alone, it should be protected. Thank you.
Mr.
All right.
Chair,
Vice Chair House.
I would agree with Commissioners Drury and Mahan, and I think it's a huge contributor to the neighborhood or a district, as Commissioner Mahan referred to it as. And I think it's very worthwhile of preservation and acknowledgement of its importance. I'm struggling to figure out what is the correct motion to make here. To schedule it for a hearing, is that what it is? Or are we voting?
Ms. Hernandez? I think it's for
Yes,
designation.
You're here for your designation today.
Okay, well, I will make a motion to designate 702 Anacapa Street, the building, the neon signage, and the mural as a structure of merit.
I'll second that.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead.
All right. I heard Commissioner Mahan first on the second. So we'll do a motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Mahan, and then to Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes, I think that Bill Mahan has given this block more credit than it's due. Mid block is a parking lot for the news press, opposite side of the street, and across the.
We lost your voice.
I think we lost you. Cut out, Commissioner Lenvik.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Commissioner Lenvik, you're cut out. Try that sound trick again. Still can't hear you. I think he was going to say he agreed with Commissioner Drury.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Mr. Chair, while Commissioner Lenvik is getting.
Oh yeah, we can hear you now, Commissioner.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'll let you finish your thought.
I tend to agree with Mr. Uli, and I disagree with Bill Mahan that this block is something. This block is half parking lots on both sides. The little restaurant that that's tacked onto it on one side is nothing of great shakes. and there's nothing else in the block other than that building right across the street, which is Mission Revival in style. So I don't know that this building warrants designation, and I certainly am not excited about designating a neon sign as being a structure of merit. I don't find that something we should be doing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Right. Thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Mahan?
Yeah, the little house next door to it, I believe, is a structure of merit, maybe even be more than that. And I think that if you go up to the corner, those buildings on the corner, there, I think one of those is right adjacent down Delagara Street is a structure of merit, or maybe a historic structure. It's an adobe, and then there's the Meridian Studios. And then on the corner, there's the Historical Museum. And then going south again, you come to the historic adobe. And then you come to the Caruvius adobe. Those are a lot of important assets in one block. And I think that
Bill, you're in the wrong block. Those are a block up and a block over.
No, you're wrong, Mr. Lenvick. You're wrong.
It's not
You're
visually
wrong.
near anything, Bill.
Okay, all right.
Order here.
All right. Yes.
Wrong.
Order here.
Delagara Street is the next street from Ortega. Delagara Street is the next street up from Ortega, and I'm talking about the buildings on Delagara Street.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about the surroundings, but it sounds like there's a sketching walk in order after this meeting. But for now, I do. Yeah, I think we need to get going with this. But I kind of agree with both of you in the sense of the block. I mean, obviously across the street and down part of the block, or most of the block, is City Hall. It has some key buildings around for sure, and there are some parking lots in between as well. So I think there's a mix of both parking lots and then some pretty key buildings and structures. And it's not necessarily right next door to this building, but there are sort of in the surrounding block, a block in each direction. And I do think that this has plays part of that, but just in terms of order and keeping moving, I want to see if anyone else wants to chime in on anything before we go to a vote on the motion that's on the floor. Commissioner Jordan?
I would like just a clarification of the motion, because we've been using the language and or. So I just want to be sure that what the language of the final motion is.
My motion was to designate the building, the neon signage, and the mural.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions before we go to vote? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
No.
Commissioner Mayhem,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
No.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbein.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Turnavskaya. It's going to be hard. I'll mess it up a whole bunch of times, but eventually I'll get it right. Sorry. Okay, very much. On to item, that closes item 1. On to item 2, 413 Wiola Road. This is a miscellaneous action item for public hearing for historic resource listing or designation. This is to review historic significance report and accept or not accept the findings of the report that the 1924 modest interpretation of the Spanish Colonial Revival style house may be eligible as a historic resource. If it accepts the findings of the report pursuant to municipal code, the permit request of a possibly historic structure shall be scheduled at the Historic Landmarks Commission for a hearing on the application concurrently with a duly noticed hearing to allow the commission to decide among the following options. 1, listing on the potential historic resource list or merit designation, or 3, city landmark designation of the 1924 simple interpretation of the Spanish colonial revival style cottage. All right, so Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, commissioners. This project was triggered for your review as it came in for a project requiring discretionary review. I found it might be eligible for your consideration as it is a simple interpretation of a Spanish style building, Spanish colonial revival style. In the, now we call it the Samarkand neighborhood, but it was originally a subdivision started by Earl Ovington in 1922 called the Casa Loma subdivision. And I put a picture of the Sanborn map because it started to get developed with houses in 1923 and 24. He did start sending advertisements locally and in newspapers on the East Coast and in the Midwest, and advertising the health benefits of the Mediterranean climate, as well as advertising a Spanish style small house as typically Spanish in design. This little home is most attractive. It's arranged to meet the many requirements of the small home, and for this reason, you should find it quite desirable. They were also attested in the Santa Barbara News Press newspaper of the success of this advertising, evidenced in the increase in permit activity. And this neighborhood, started to fill out quite a bit until, of course, we got more towards the 1930s depression. But you can see it in 1930 of the Sanborn map on the screen that, or in your report, that it started to fill out. And this is one of those buildings in that neighborhood that's an authentic, very simple interpretation of the style as a small house, but it is still one of the wide diaspora of interpretations in the 1920s of the Spanish and Mediterranean styles. I think the beauty is that in all areas of the city and means of different people who moved to the city, they embraced the style as the planners had wanted in all their early planning of the city. People took it to the far reaches and newer places of the city, not just on State Street. And usually, as it is such a key identifier of our city, I bring the ones that are authentic and original and retain most of their original materials for your review. The building does, and I know it didn't photograph very well because it has a huge hedge, but I think Mr. Bolton has some better photos of the front elevation that shows it has the original windows, and there are these sets of casement windows that swing out with the horizontally divided lights and the really recessed front porch, as well as the terracotta roofs that contrast to the smooth walls, and the big heavy terracotta chimney that's kind of like that tower element on the opening gable end. So I found it to meet the criteria, and I find those original materials a real high quality compared to so many of the replacement materials that are used now. So when they still have most of their original features, I bring it to your attention. So that is why it's before you today, and I will, that ends my presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, let's go to public comment now. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending the webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this item, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. I'll just check with Ms. Rydell, Ms. Chernovskaya, whether we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and Chair Crumbine. We have not received written correspondence for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised in the audience, so back to the commission for questions.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners with any questions? Commissioner Mahan.
This is a little bit of a catch-22. This came before the consent calendar this morning for some revisions to it. And since it's not designated, we did approve the revisions. Basically, the pergola that you see there it looks kind of like it's painted green. It's it's done with the poles rather than beams. It's a more of a Taos, New Mexico type pergola, which I felt was not as compatible to the Spanish colonial revival architecture that the rest of the house is, as a traditional pergola would be, with the beams, that have curved endings to them. And so we approved, and the applicant wanted to change out to a traditional Spanish colonial revival pergola. And we did approve that this morning. So I just wanted to let the commission know that. And if, I don't know if this gets,
actually,
if this gets designated, then does that, the question is, if this gets designated, does that void that approval that I made this morning?
And
All right,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, and,
Hamilton?
Commissioner Mahan, yes. So no approvals were granted this morning. It was only a concept review for initial comments before coming to full commission for the designation hearing. And it would be acceptable to designate, if you so desire, with the intent that they're going to make these alterations to the house. So yes, you may make your designations findings today if you think they're appropriate, and if you find the project, or if you find the property not to be historic, then the project will move over to SFDB for project design approval. So if you have any further questions about that, let Nicole and I know.
And,
Mr.
and
Chair?
actually, I do have a question. I have a question real fast for Commissioner Mahan, then we'll come to you, Commissioner Drury.
Okay.
So, and just so that we're clear on it, the recommendations you were making, or because we are HLC, and because I'm assuming that you were looking at it with the house character in mind, would still be compatible with if this was a historic resource, correct? Is that I want to make sure that understanding sounds like where you were going with it, because you were going towards more
Yes.
sort of proper Spanish colonial revival as opposed to around Vigas and
Yes, and
So
Mr. Hernandez's report indicated, Mr. Hernandez indicated that the square posts and beams would return it to a more consistent configuration. So,
Okay.
therefore,
I just want to make sure that was true, or that had been considered or had been thought through as part of that process earlier.
yes.
Because that was kind of the cart before the horse, but it's just a process thing, and it happens to meet before we do. So, okay. Any other questions
Mr. Chair?
before Commissioner Drury?
Yes. In keeping with that, the discussion on the sort of a palapa, is the front porch itself that those round beams rest on, is that an addition, or was that part of the original structure? I guess I'm asking Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Drury. It is my opinion that is not original. I have never seen one like that in Santa Barbara. It wouldn't be a typical. I have seen in Santa Barbara many of the more Spanish style ones, which is the style that Commissioner Mahan recommended they reconstruct in.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Let's go into comments. Who wants to kick us off? And just to be clear on terms of where our decision can go on this, we can go to putting on the potentials list. We can put it as a structure of merit. We put it as go for a landmark. No, I don't, or was that even an option? And then, or we can say it's not a historic resource at all, or none of those, I should say.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, Commissioner Drury?
Yeah, just in the photograph, it looks to me like the staircase, or what's the name of those two pieces of concrete going on either side of the stairs? Is there an architectural name for that? What is
Wall.
it? Walls. Okay.
It's called
Okay.
a wall.
Well, it seems to me that that's pretty glaring in terms of not being part of the original structure. I don't even think it's the same color, and maybe just the photograph, but certainly the oh God, my brain isn't working super well, but the structure above
Where the steps,
pergola,
the porch,
the
and then-
pergola. Another
yeah,
man's
the pergola.
pergola
Oh,
is,
gotcha.
is another man's palapa. So that's clearly a sort of a melding of two distinct styles, and they're not very coherent together. I think I think the most I would support would be going on the potentials list and seeing what the owner does with the pergola. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Oh, Commissioner Edmonds.
Sorry, having a little trouble there. I agree with Commissioner Drury. I'm really bothered by this sort of painted Santa Fe beams on the Spanish Revival house. So I think the potentials list is a good idea and see what the owners do. So I would totally agree with that.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, having spent some time in Taos, because we had a little house over there for a while, a little adobe. This is really not even good Santa Fe style, good Santa Fe style pergola. Typically the girder there that you see, the horizontal member that you see, would be a square rectangular beam, probably with a decorative cutting at the end. And then you would have the vegas, which would be the round poles. Those would sit on top of the beam, but the beam itself would be square or rectangular. The columns could be circular. Sometimes they're twisted. Very often they're twisted columns. It's not really Santa Fe. It's not very good Santa Fe, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Uli.
I think you've got to give it a little bit of leeway, just like the previous one was designated a structure of merit and didn't have a whole lot going for it, in my opinion. I think you got to give it a little bit of leeway. I'm looking at it without this porch element, which is obviously not original. But I still don't see enough all the way around to find out if what we're seeing here is the same that's on the back and on the sides. I can assume, just because of the date of the structure, that it has integrity all the way around. That's a better shot.
Oh, there we go. You said the thing, that was a secret word, and then all of a sudden they can go around.
Yeah, well, you asked Mr.
Zoom
Bolton.
in there.
Can
Can you zoom in there, Mr. Bolton?
This answers my question. It looks like it's kind of got a Hollywood front on it, and the back is a completely different character to the building. Now, again, notwithstanding these trellis and pergola elements, if you took those off the building, so you got back to the original, is this back portion part of the original house? Looking at the Sanborn map, it doesn't look like it. The house is basically a rectangle on the Sanborn map, and this looks like it has been altered or something has been added onto it. So it's my opinion that this particular site doesn't have a whole lot of integrity from the original. I would even be hesitant to put it on a potentials list.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair House.
I think I'm going to have to weigh in with Commissioner Uli on this one. I keep looking at the thing and just can't get excited about the building. It's just not all that distinguished. You can't rave about detailing on it. and other things have been changed. So I don't know if we put it on the inventory of historic resources, then that puts us in the position of having to evaluate proposed additions to it. I just don't see going to that trouble for this little structure. So I think I would not support designating it or even putting it on the historic resources list inventory.
You mean the potentials list?
Well, we used to call it the potentials list, or we still do until the
We still
HRO
do.
approves.
Wait, now
Mr.
that
Chair.
is convincing. That's convincing me otherwise, because that like metal tilt-up door is just awesome.
That's not the house.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, I would agree with Commissioners Uli and Housing. The photographs of the back and the sides show that it was probably once a very charming structure, and it has been uncharmed. So I will not support a potential either. Thank you.
Chair.
All right, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I'll go along with those comments. To use Commissioner Lindvik's favorite words, it just doesn't rise to that level, to the potentials level. Thank you.
All right.
Lacks poetry.
Well, I want to declare it a landmark. So. Do I have a second?
Good luck.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else? It seems like we're coming to a consensus on it. I up until seeing the back photos, I was I still had hope for it to be on the, I still thought it belonged to the potentials list. But seeing the back photos, I agree. I think that there's been infill and sort of messing with it and a lot all the way around. And even though it does retain its original windows, that's about it. It looks like almost everything else has been touched or pushed or pulled or changed. So, so it seems like we're kind of coming to a consensus. So does anyone want to make a motion for, I guess it would be for it not rising to the level of even a potentials list, and that it goes on to single family design, or what's our motion need to be? Ms. Hernandez or Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Yes, you can just say you don't agree with the conclusion of the report and it does not rise to any level of historic significance, and we'll send it on to the SFPP.
Well,
Okay.
I will try to craft that motion that, and I'm not sure what it's a motion for, because it's not continuing it or
It's for not accepting the report, and that
Okay.
and for what reasons, and then for it to go on to. Yeah.
a motion to not accept the conclusions of the report because it is not that distinguished of an example of this style of architecture and has been apparently significantly altered already. And so it should be continued to the Single Family Design Board for design review.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Drury. Can we have any discussion? All right. In that case, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes,
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to item 3 now. We're running 25 minutes behind, so we'll try to keep it moving. All right, we are on 700 State Street. This is a new item for concept review. Proposal for a tenant improvement store in El Pueblo Viejo of the existing 2,150 square foot restaurant space within the existing 5,800 square foot building to accommodate a new restaurant. The project includes alterations to the south and west elevations, new entry archways, and a new window along the south elevation. The roof over the existing covered patio will be removed to accommodate the installation of a palm tree. ADA ramp improvements are underway under a separate permit. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken. All right, welcome.
Welcome, Mr. Shelton.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, so if Mr. Hamilton, if you have any comments, and then we will, we have our 15-minute timer at the top of the screen here. So if you could introduce yourself and then walk us through the project. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just brief comment. Just wanted to note that the ADA ramp you see on the site plan was approved administratively under a separate permit. So that is not part of today's review. You'll be looking at the overall tenant improvement of the storefront. So just wanted to clarify that, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Shelton.
All right, thank you. First of all, the discussion you had on La Paloma was interesting because it's right down the street, and talking about that nice block it's on. Ortega Street is a fantastic street in town, and I was excited to be able to get this job. Just to add back to the street, it's had some, hard times with Craviota's leaving, of course. I hear the Press Room might be leaving. Macy's went in. Johnny's changed. So a lot of things has happened over the years, and I want to add back to the street here and the prominent location on State Street. The owners, we had a couple intentions to begin with. So one was the owners really wanted to open this up to State Street and to Ortega Street. And I thought that was a great idea because it's sort of a dark patio now. And we really want to turn this building down Ortega Street. So it's a whole building and not just a facade stuck to a box on State Street. And so the owners, my clients, were all for this. We wanted to give it some depth, more than just that facade, and open up that, bring sunlight into that patio. We wanted to bring light into the restaurant. So these are all the goals we're looking for. We wanted to isolate it from the 7-Eleven. We didn't want to be the restaurant and 7-Eleven, which one do you go to type thing. Even though it's one building, we're saying this is a building and the 7-Eleven is a building. And we just want to provide a confident building on the corner. So if you look at the plan, you'll see we are opening up the State Street side more than the other side. I made them asymmetrical because I tried them symmetrical and it just didn't have the fun asymmetry that I think it needed. And we put the prominent arch onto State Street. The row of windows there are matching booths on Ortega Street, and very tall windows. You'll see that in the elevations. And then there's some fun architectural details balancing all the way to the end towards the parking lot. We're not doing anything, we're not proposing anything to the existing parking lot or ramp, but we'll get to the elevations, and we want it to feel like a building sitting there, not just a facade on a box. Let's go to the next slide, please. So just running you through it quickly, starting on the upper left, just looking straight at the building right now. We'll see we are going to take those two arches on the right, and we're going to turn that into our building and meet the sky, of course, with it in a fun way, an elegant way. On the next corner, the next shot, number 2, is really how this building is viewed. It's on this nice open area of State. I see there is another building just approved that will take some of that sky away. I guess you guys approved that. Ortega Street side is, we really want to bring this, open that building up to Ortega Street, especially now that State Street may become more pedestrian, we don't know, but try to send this city out sideways also, so these buildings out sideways. Keeping of course the jacaranda trees, and there's a loquat tree stuck in there. The back, we're not planning to do anything to. Let's go to the next set of slides. Okay, this gives you an idea what's around it. Right across the street was the old Johnny's, which had a lot of character. Not so much right now, but maybe something will happen there. 50th building, of course, is there. And then Macy's, which really killed that corner as far as a lot of windows going down Ortega Street. It used to be El Patio Menswear, I believe. But this building is the one we're proposing is a one-story building, and we think keeping it like this is a good size for that corner and for the beginning of starting to go back up State Street. Let's go to the next. So basically, it's all on one page. Is what as this is the concept to get you guys familiar with what we want to do. As we work on the interior, this and move things around in the kitchen, this is what we really would like to do something like this for the exterior. If you look at the State Street elevation, you can see where we're creating our opening here. That's the Ortega Street. But, okay, we'll look at that one. Let's look at Ortega Street. That's fine. We can go with that. You know, having fun with that, adding that palm tree, that's just an idea of something that bothers me about State is just this line of facades. And sometimes if we can start to go back, at least visually back into the space, this helps. This patio will be lot more sun in there, so we're opening that up. A big 10-foot opening in the roof, and then of course these big elliptical arches. That row of windows, this would probably be some wood windows, sort of a square mountain, nice tall 8-foot windows that would open up during the day on a warm day. Celebrating little moments like the eyebrows and then the parapet cap there. This giving some nice little touch to the sky. Playing with these little chimney ideas of breaking up the masses, adding a bunch of geraniums a la Cordoba or something like that, and keeping the proportions, the colors, the details, are all semi-stolen from southern Spain, that golden dado along the bottom. The geraniums, of course, the use of tile, the use of simple ironwork in this case. That's what we got going here. Let's go to the next elevation. That's about as simple as a facade as they could come up with, but with excitement and a lamp sitting there. And now that you guys are allowing La Paloma neon sign, maybe we can put neon sign up there, but not really. But we've got these eggs on the top that are also on the other corner, sort of celebrating the top of the building as it meets the sky. That's as simple as it gets. We can go to a detail if you want, pick a detail. Dealer's choice, there you go. At the top left, steel, perhaps a bit simpler than maybe we've done in the past for this type of a building on State Street. Just something that's got a lot of feel that the hand's been onto it. A tile arch that will be easily cleaned with graffiti. You get the graffiti off it easily, I suppose, is ceramic arch. The colors are from southern Spain. They use blue and white all the time in this golden color. Of course, some geraniums hanging on the wall. And here's an idea for a parapet, just having a little bit of fun for that 30 feet along the Ortega Street edge. Nothing wildly fancy, but just a little bit of rhythm up there that mimics the windows below. Let's go to a detail right below the elevation, right here, the in between State Street. Yeah. So that would be a sitting back 25 feet would be this facade of painted, probably painted wooden windows, something 1920s type muntins and mullions that would open up during the day and close up at night. And let's find another detail here. There's the muntin, the sign. Well, of course, the sign is a sign committee, but something ceremonial hanging from the center of that arch is
Where did our applicant go?
Oh, did we lose him?
Mr. Shelton?
There he
there?
is. You're muted.
Oh, you're mute.
Let's see, we can't hear you. Try switching your audio input on your control panel from computer audio to phone call and back to computer audio. Kind of like resetting it. Try now. Still nothing. I'm wondering if something disconnected on your end. I don't know if you're using like an external microphone or something.
Oh, is he frozen? Mr. Shelton? I think he's frozen. Maybe it's oh, now you're back. Well, I don't think we can hear you though. So. Should he?
Mr. Shelton, try talking now. See what happens.
No.
Still nothing. You may want to sign out and sign back in real quick.
I long for the days when we're back at 610 Garden, because this would not happen
Me too.
unless
Yeah.
the applicant just
Here,
ran
here.
out of gas and stopped talking.
Mr. Chair, for the sake of time, while we are waiting for Mr. Shelton to come back online, I suggest opening public comment. And then
that's good. Yeah.
we can
Yeah. 'cause I
return
think
to the applicant's
his
presentation.
presentation is. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
Anybody
All
hear
right.
me?
Let's do that for the sake of time.
Anybody hear me?
Let's go to Oh, yeah. We can hear you now.
Oh, wait, I think we can hear you.
I
Yeah.
was done, so if you lose me again, I don't know, we didn't do anything, but go ahead and talk.
Yeah. Yeah. Reset and go back on. So
Glad you're back.
we didn't go anywhere or do anything since you left. So, or since you signed out. So, do you want to keep going with do you have any more of your presentation to do?
Mr. Chair, could we look at that section AA and get a little explanation on that?
Sounds good.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's the patio. We're planning to open up the roof of that patio. So yes, when it's raining, you would have to go inside, but that's what we do in Santa Barbara anyway. It's too cold. But we really want to get light in there closer to the restaurant. So that's our idea. What I'm showing there is some tequila agaves that, very conceptual, that mark the skyline when you're in there.
Thanks.
Okay. Other things that you wanted to point out?
I can take questions. I think that's my presentation.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's go to public comment and then we'll come back for questions. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to give verbal public comment and you're attending by webinar, click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. We'll wait for hands to raise. Ms. Tarnovskaya, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Chair. We have not received written correspondence for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I do see several attendees in the audience, but I don't see any hands raised at this time. So, Mr. Chair, back to you and the commission for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair?
For the applicant. Commissioner Drury.
Yes, am I mistaken that there was a slight rise into the entrance of the building from that corner? It wasn't level with the street. Wasn't it a little bit higher?
Correct.
Is that going to remain the same?
No, if you look at that, you can see it right there on the Ortega Street. We're up about 13 inches right there.
Okay.
So that's why the plan is, and that whole ramp is, if you look at the plan, is off center. It's actually quite a, kind of the starting issue here with ADA. And take advantage, embrace the issue and just enter from the left side there. It's a 5 foot wide ramp. Yeah. And because it's slopes 13 inches from one side to the other and it's 20 feet.
Oh yeah, it says raised patio. I'm sorry. So that will be, I maybe this is a comment. I'll just say it anyway. I always thought that place was sort of intimidating to walk into because it was dark. And I think the idea of opening up the roof of the entrance is really brilliant. That's a comment. I'll make that later. Thank you.
So the question is it really brilliant?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. All right. Other questions? All right. Seeming like no questions, so we'll go into comments. Who wants to start us off?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
You got your chance.
Let me guess. You think the opening is really brilliant?
Well, I will continue my comments. I think it's a great idea. This is one of those places that needs some imaginative and bold steps because it's been a failed business corner for quite some time and really kind of a drain on the ambiance of State Street. So I'm really looking forward to this project moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Vice Chair House.
I will agree with that. I think it really energizes that corner and it's needed some TLC for a long time. And I know this is very conceptual at this point, so I look forward to seeing how the design evolves and gets more and more sophisticated and thought through. So I support it.
All right. Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes, I agree with Michael Drury that this corner has always been uninviting to move into, and while the architect has come up with a playful solution, you almost wonder if going 180 degrees and simply eliminating the structure at the corner so it's all open wouldn't be just as good a solution. And I don't know if the owner has thought about that, simply demolishing the State Street and the Ortega Street, facade that's there and opening the whole thing up, bringing the sunlight into it, so on and so forth. My comment on the architecture is that it is playfully out of character with what is expected or thought to be more traditional Spanish colonial revival. And it's, you know, I think the large arches on State and Ortega Street are those elements which are really out of character with Spanish colonial revival architecture. And I would hope that the architect could find some way to accomplish the same thing on the two corner facades that is more respectful of traditional and still achieving his goals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Actually, I had a question. I want to step back for a second because I've read to ask it. The finial / egg / the little what's it called? The little fire pieces. What was the inspiration or thought behind those?
Well, the fact is, a lot of different finials would work up there. So I went with the standard egg, which is a great sign in all cultures. And it's a great shape, by the way. So it's very visual, it has great connotations, but the importance of those things those three that I put up, or you could put more, or just how it meets the sky. So really that's what I'm after. This is not just running some drip flashing up there to meet the sky. It's really to celebrate that moment and celebrate the corners there. So that's what I'm after. Now, what we're seeing are some eggs, which work in all cultures. So it's, I guess I'm being safe on that one.
Gotcha. Okay, that was
Mr. Chair.
All right, back to other comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, going back to the egg finial. But let's just go back there for a minute to that egg finial. Can we go back to that picture, the egg finial? Yeah, there we go. The the egg is a very traditional form. The little splashes that hold it up, if those turned into darts, then you would have egg and dart, which would be very traditional and might be interesting. But I want to go back to speak on what Commissioner Lenvik said. If we can look back at those elevations. Can we get get the elevations back up? Yeah, in my mind, it's a question of architectural compatibility. I don't see the blue and white arch, in my estimation, is not compatible with the architecture that's above it. It doesn't. It feels like it's forced. It's too big. I don't have a problem with opening up the corner, and I agree with that, and I agree maybe with the Commissioner Lenvik to just take the whole building out. But I don't see a compatibility between the architecture above and the arch, and on the Ortega side, it just seems to be off center in a strange way that it doesn't have it's out of balance as far as I'm concerned architecturally. It also is not compatible with Santa Barbara and with our guidelines. And it's not that you can't have a circular arch and tile like that. I think that's okay. And I know that Mr. Shelton has used that motif in other places very successfully. I just don't think this is a good architectural design. It doesn't hang together in my estimation. And I couldn't support it as presented, but I think the concept is not a bad concept. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Emanuel.
As far as landscape concerned, I'm a huge fan of the tree and the agaves opening up the roof. I think it's really clever. The one part that I was curious about is the back area towards the parking lot. I know that there's a lot of utility guts all exposed behind that wall. Just curious, would like to see more attention there and screening that parking lot and maybe adding a tree in that planter. And maybe even that wall comes up to match the rest of the building there, that gold band. But those are my only comments.
Okay. And actually, let me just turn that to a question real fast, just to make sure we understand it, because I'm not sure I do. In terms of, and if we can go to site plan to see that back wall, especially, and just see what it's screening and what those components are, and if there was any thought behind that from Mr. Shelton and company in terms of the planter and other stuff that it might be screening.
Is that a question then?
Was there? Yeah, question. Just in terms of practical or functional other things.
The truth is, I have not addressed that, but we could easily address that. Yeah, it's a nothing planter right now. It was sitting there,
Okay.
so was the parking, and we were keeping that off because I really wanted to run this concept by you to
Okay, sounds good. I just want to make sure there's not something else that makes our comment not pertinent and or needed to be a different comment.
No, we'll
okay,
work. Next time we'll come in with that.
sounds good. Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, I just want to say that at this stage, where we're doing a concept review, I'm very impressed with the concept as it is right now. One of the things that I like about it is that it demonstrates that you can still be working within a Mediterranean, Spanish Mediterranean, even North African tradition, and be capable of invention, even of novelty, and stay within that tradition. And there are other buildings in Santa Barbara that evoke the North African coast of the Mediterranean, as well as the Spanish coast. And so I think that I'm impressed with the inventiveness of this, and I'm very supportive of it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
Mr. Chair?
Any other, Commissioner Drury?
Yes, I'm sorry, I have a question. What, could you explain, Mr. Shelton, the copper color along the base of the building? Is that paint?
Yeah, it's paint.
Well, that's clear. Okay, thank you. And I understand
That was
also
easy.
that
There's
the
paint color,
Egg and Dart is a really good pub in London.
Here's copy.
right.
I brought a can of paint back from Spain and made a big, that's the only color you can find in these hardware stores. So
Very cool.
There we go.
it can be any color, but I would like to, I'm pushing this color.
Okay. Other comments, Commissioner Uli?
Thank you. While I appreciate Mr. Shelton's playful approach to architecture, I don't see how this building can meet the guidelines. You know, there are numerous projects the HLC reviews with great detail, compelling the applicants to apply the appropriate scale, the appropriate massing, the appropriate detailing, you know, the square in, the round in, the this or that or the other thing. And we spend a great deal of time on those projects to make sure that they fit the guidelines. And while this is charming and playful, I think it would fit anywhere in the city except for the historic district for which we have guidelines. And I don't see how this building can meet those guidelines.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Uli. Other commissioners? Commissioner Edmonds?
I didn't quite understand the loquat tree in the midst of the jacaranda trees.
Okay, loquat tree?
Why loquat? Yeah, I guess. Why not keep it all jacaranda?
It's existing, I believe.
It's existing.
Oh, it's existing? Hmm.
All those trees are.
Okay, all right, well, that's a good answer.
And they're kind of yummy.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else for comments? I'll throw my 2 cents in then. I agree with most of the commissioners in the, and I think in general, the general plan of this and the general approach, I think, is very supportable in terms of plan and even overall massing, divisions, windows, all those things. I think the item especially that is the hardest is the corner item of the arches, and especially in my mind the asymmetry. And it's not just because I love symmetry. The courthouse is of course the greatest example of the most asymmetrical building possibly in the world. That every element looks symmetrical and composed, but in fact there's nothing that lines up. And there's all the different angles, and it works out great because there's a balance. But I think that the balance on it isn't there for this one element, and I think that's where part of it is struggling. And then I also think that the extreme playfulness of it is gone it's gone beyond where the guidelines or the feeling of the commission on the guidelines is really sort of where it sits in my own as well. But I think a lot of it is more in the details and materials and not so much in the massing. And in the divisions and openings and things like that, because I think that in general those pieces are pretty supportable. So I think that's I had a similar feeling. Now, also to Commissioner Jordan's point, I also think that there is you have many examples in the city that you've done of great inventiveness within at least a related Spanish colonial revival culture or Mediterranean revival. And so you're definitely working within that language and family, but in this case, I think it's starting to step out into maybe having a little too much fun. So if you can take down your fun level like 2 notches, you might, especially in the corner. I think that might start to become where it starts to be more comfortable, as well as looking at playing off certain details that resonate within the city for in terms of things like the finials and other things. Probably getting similar shapes, but maybe slightly differently executed. So to summarize the comments, let's see, I'll give it a shot. So I think, and I don't think that there wasn't any negative comment about the sort of bold palm coming out of the middle of the building move and the agaves. I didn't hear anyone else or anyone saying that they didn't like that approach and the openness and light. And so that seemed to be the opening up to the sky of the corner courtyard, and with the palm and agave seemed to be supportable, and the general approach to that corner in terms of the patio space and raised patio space was supportable. The approach to the back. And we'll continue with that because that's an easier part. The wall and plantings proposed or existing and or proposed should be adjusted to hide the back parking and utility areas as much as possible, with plantings developed there, and perhaps raising the wall and or combining with plantings to screen the back areas. The main area that was not supportable was the corner arches, and they were found, or they're commented to not be acceptable to our guidelines in terms of color and playfulness, and to be fitting within that area, that block well. And so that the corner element needs to be developed with that in mind. Or adjusted with that in mind. And specifically the blue and white arch, and as well the finials, and the asymmetry of the composition of that corner element, of the asymmetry of the art and the parapet wall above. The color of the maybe I'll just leave the comment off on the color unless commissioners are feeling for now, at least the base color, if there's any objections to it currently. Otherwise, we'll just continue for now as a placeholder and discussion later, perhaps depending on what changes in the arch and that corner piece. But yeah, depending on how that whole color scheme plays out. The plantings on the wall of the, what were those, geraniums or that? I didn't hear any commissioners against that general plan. Was there anyone that had any strong opinions against it? Or is it in general that kind of approach okay for now?
I did have one question.
It seems, yes, Commissioner Mayo.
I just had one question that I forgot to ask. How far do those planters come out over the sidewalk or into the sidewalk?
Oh, I think you're muted, Mr. Shelton.
12 inches. They're generally, we put 10-inch rings there. So, you know, maybe they have to be up above 8 feet or something like that. I'm not quite sure yet.
Yeah.
Just once playing with balance and shapes.
Okay. Any commissioner comments? Yeah, Commissioner Lembeck.
They will look horrible when they're dead is a problem. And I know in Spain, in Italy, they're maintained continually in these interior courtyards, maintained religiously. But if they aren't maintained, they're going to look horrible dead.
Something to be considered.
Everything doesn't look, you know, has to be maintained, so it doesn't look good.
Except for dry fountain. All right. Okay, so well, for now there isn't a there's a concern about the continued care of them. At least design wise, there doesn't seem to be any strong disagreement unless others want to speak up now. Okay, so I think in general those are the comments. Was there anything else I missed? Someone wanted to add? Vice Chair House.
Not that you need to add this to the comments, but I just wanted to make a couple additional comments. The existing tower element at the corner is, you know, very ungainly proportions, and this is much better in that regard, but it would be useful if the plans could have an indication of the profile of that existing thing so we have a little better context. And, you know, as I keep looking at the State and Ortega elevations, I just think that the Ortega elevation at the corner is much more successful. I think it benefits by having that arch shifted off from the center line of the parapet above. And I think the State Street elevation is the least successful thing. It just seems like a huge mouth that's getting so big that the whole jaw is going to drop off. You know, it just, you know, and also it's drawn differently than the other one. It's projecting beyond the corners. It's just overscaled. I don't know how you're going to reconcile that with access to the ramp and openness, but that's, to me, is the elevation that needs the most work.
Okay, well, I think the official comment of it not being really supportable currently as designed in that corner element, I think is a good general. Whether you trying out some of your particular comments, I think is good just for additional additional note. All right, did someone else say something?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Mahan.
I think it'd be very helpful to the commission and probably to the architect to see this corner in perspective of a parabolic arch and a circular arch. You know, are they really compatible with one another? And how do this tile come down, and where they come down together? How does that
resolve in the corner?
Yeah, that needs to be studied, and I think it needs to be studied in perspective rather than in elevation, as well as in elevation.
Okay, so that's a good point. hold on one second. I'll add to the adding to the list here. Was one thing was to show the existing elevations, or at least where things are, as one for next time, to come back with existing elevations, and also it kind of shown as a comparison for what where this is coming to, and then as well for it to come back with perspective views, or viewer views, to be, especially with the corner element, to understand how everything's resolving in both sides, Ortega and State. All right, was someone else speaking? Other comments? Oh, Mr. Shelton?
Yes, first of all, Bill, those are two elliptical arches. They're not circular and elliptical. So one's sideways, one's the other way. So just to make that clear. And I don't have any problem with all the comments, of course, changing that front. You know, this is why we're doing this. But I do have issues that this is not per the HLC El Pueblo Viejo standards, in that all these elements, even the celebratory part of it, is part of that. It's not all a slow village, sleepy village. And look at a lot of these structures in town, the Arlington and et cetera. So just to be clear, I don't agree that this is not per El Pueblo Viejo. We're taking all the your disagreement with us is with commissioners are noted, is duly noted. And I think just as a way of, I guess, to sort of, because I understand your that reaction as well, and I do want things to be sort of within their proper lanes in that sense. And I do see how both you are very much within a Spanish tradition, a Mediterranean tradition, and all of your details show that you fully understand the history of all these details and how everything goes together in the language. And in a certain sense, sort of the Gaudi comparison comes to mind as well. I think that, but sort of to be a little more specific, the way in which those elements are then developed and used, and even the palettes of those, the colors of those, while they might not be technically illegal according to EPB guidelines, you might be able to find some of the colors in the recommended color guides and say, look, it's this like this. But it's sort of the expression of it, how things play out. So, and it might be the colors too. I'm not saying that it necessarily is or isn't, but I think it's in the how things are put together is to a in a sense that you might be using the language, but it's using it to a sort of an extreme all caps way that I think is part of the reaction. Anyways, if that helps. Otherwise, if there's nothing else, comments to add, then I think, well, there's no motion, right? This is just conceptual. So I guess it's just, Mr. Hamilton, is there anything else we need aside from those comments?
A motion for continuance, wouldn't it be?
Yes, we need a motion for continuance of your comments.
I will make a motion for indefinite continuance with those comments.
I'll second that.
All right, I think I saw Commissioner Jordan, but I heard Commissioner Mahan, I think. Yeah, Commissioner Mahan. So I'll give you that. We'll go with the verbal. A motion by House, second by Commissioner Mahan. Under discussion. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Jordan,
Aye.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhem,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Shelton?
All right,
Thank you.
all right. See you next time.
Yep.
All right, we are on. Let's see, what is our time frame here? A little time check.
9 minutes
So
behind.
this is supposed to be at 3. We're 20 minutes behind now. All right, so why don't we go on with this item, and then we'll maybe take, Commissioner Manuel?
Sorry, I need to recuse myself for a conflict of interest from this item.
All right, Thank you for letting us know. And all right, so we'll go on to item 4. This is a continued item for concept review. This is a proposal for an upper story addition at a non-historic structure at EPB to accommodate a new climbing gym. The project consists of the removal and lift of 7,734 square foot of existing roof and framing structure to construct a new 1,800 square foot mezzanine. The project requires Historic Landmarks Commission review of a development plan for the addition of an over 1,000 square foot non-residential area. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. The project was last reviewed April 14th, 2021. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have brief comments, Mr. Cornell, before I turn it over to you. So just to clarify, the last meeting on April 14th, this project was continued 4 weeks to May 12th. However, staff was able to accommodate it earlier. Since this is an accelerate project, we do want to move it through the process quickly. And just as a matter of record, the attendees who attended by webinar were informed of the sooner meeting date. So they were informed that the meeting is today and not May 12th by email. So I just wanted to clarify that. And in your motion today, if you could indicate, whether you think that the project is ready for project design approval at the next hearing, that would help the applicant out. All right, that's all I've got. Mr. Cornell.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, members of the commission. You want to start, Anthony?
All right. Yeah, I'll read back the comments, and then you'll have the 15 minutes to go on your presentation. All right. So this was there was a public comment by Anna Marie Gott, and then there was a motion to continue for 4 weeks with the following comments. The shape and use of the building is generally acceptable, but the articulation and design needs work. Number 2, study the large blank wall space, keeping it simple but not plain. 3, the roof above the stacked entrance needs to be changed from tile, perhaps a strong molding. 4, restudy the fenestration on the back. And the motion was by House, second by Jordan, 600. Manuel, Edmonds, and Drury were absent. The motion carried. And then the meeting was adjourned. So, all right. Mr. Cannell, take it away. Oh, can't hear you. We've been having some audio issues.
Okay,
maybe try turning your, yeah, okay, great.
Can you hear me now? I was just going to say that Mark Aguilar called me after the hearing and said, we want to accelerate projects like this. So he asked me to try to get it back to you in 2 weeks. So I quickly got these sketches done to get back to you. I think this will take much less than 15 minutes. If we'll go ahead and scroll through to the next, I think we can go probably 2 sheets. You all are familiar with the building. Here are the photos if we want to come back. These are the views from a distance. Those really haven't changed, but let's look at the detail. Next sheet. So pursuant to the comments, what I have done is to leave the 2 side walls, the north and south walls, blank, and to extend a articulated parapet that you see sketched there in the lower right-hand corner on the State Street side and the Paseo side. So you can see this is a fairly large parapet, approximately 18 by 19 in terms of its overall dimensions. So let's go back, Mr. Bolton, scroll to the bigger images. So you can see that those parapet ends would basically just be cut at those 2 north-south end walls. The buttress that exists on that Paseo side, I would extrude or extend up to engage that parapet. So you can see that on number 2, which is the Paseo elevation, the east elevation. And then then I would introduce buttresses to match that on the State Street side, on the west elevation. And then I've just added an articulated window with molding around it. And this is still needs a little detail, obviously, but the idea is just to make this a sweet little window. That window is about, I think 3 feet by 6 feet or 2'8" by 5.5 feet, something like that. So that's the approximate scale of it. And that does work well with the interior of the space because of where the climbing walls are located. So if we can go back out and look at the other elevation, we would repeat that same window. And then down in the lower left-hand corner, I went ahead and included an overall, just to give you an idea that this sort of shows more clearly how far back that raised roof element is from State Street. So tried to simplify it and make it appropriate. I hope it works for you. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. And actually, if we could just maybe zoom in one at a time, and just before we jump to public comment, if we can zoom in one at a time to the elevations and just kind of scroll through them one last time to just get a good look. Close. All right, thanks. Mr. Bolton. All right, can you go to the next one, Mr. Bolton, just so that we've seen each one of them with enough time to kind of look at it.
I should mention too, we pasted in the existing elevation here, that opening that you see, the double doors where the note 14 is, that still is being planned as an opening through to the adjacent parcel.
Okay.
And so I should mention that you see a little bit of a tile showing. It's just sloppiness on our part. That was the previous proposal. So we would have a clean parapet edge here. It wouldn't have that tile scrolling. Apologize for that.
Gotcha. At the very, very top of the roof, right?
At the very, very top.
along the top.
Right. That was our previous
Gotcha.
proposal.
Okay.
I think it didn't get photoshopped out quite well enough.
Gotcha.
So I'm done.
Okay. All right. And then did you go over the plan? Have we gone to the plan at all again, just to refresh our memory?
The next sheet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that structural line C is the line of the roof lift. So between A and C is where that roof is being raised.
Gotcha. And then the back door that we were seeing with the buttresses is on the back side where towards the future building right there.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then if we can, is there a roof plan or anything at other pages to look at?
No.
Or the mezzanine level there? Okay.
And so that the majority of that mezzanine, just to be clear, is within the existing space, which has about a 23-foot high ceiling in it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I think that's it. Then I think we've kind of seen it. Could we now have a comment? So any member of the public wishing to comment, please click on the green hand icon and follow the instructions. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this project, please click the hand icon on your control panel. And while we wait for hands to be raised, I see a number of attendees in the audience. Ms. Tarnovskaya, I'd just like to confirm with you whether we received any written correspondence on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive one letter from surf0116@gmail.com, but they didn't provide a name. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised at the moment. We can close public comment and move on to questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, who wants to kick us off with questions? All right, Commissioner Lendick.
Commissioner Lendick, we can't hear you.
Right now, do you hear me now?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Cannell, does your client not own the adjoining properties?
My client does, no, that you mean the adjoining properties to the west, I mean to the north and the south? No.
Well, to the east and west, or we'll call it north and south now. Yeah.
North and south, no.
In that elevation 3 that I see there, the adjoining parcel or at least the building appears to be back 4 or 5 feet from your facade, right?
Well, I think that the perspective view on the third sheet is going to show that best. But no, this wall is all a flush wall. So on one there, you know, the adjoining building really hasn't been modeled exactly, but this is all one. For this new building and the extrusion, it's one plane.
I was just wondering, or you know, if you couldn't turn that beautiful molding back 3 or 4 feet, you know, on the north and south elevations, it might be possible to do it without a problem on that. I'd call it the southeast corner where it looks like there's some setback of the adjoining building. But even talking to the adjoining property owners, you couldn't come onto their airspace at all, you don't think, huh? Or you don't want to, probably.
Well, the building is owned by the Safinas.
Yeah, okay, forget it. All right, thank you. I'm through.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I'd like to refer to the letter from, I guess it's anonymous, from Surf 0116, and see if we can answer the questions about the parking spaces. And she's referring to chapter 28.90 automobile parking requirements of the Title 28 zoning rules. So can we address that?
Yes, Chair Graham.
All right, so yeah,
Commissioner Edmonds. The property is in an 80% zone of benefit. It was overparked as the Staples project. It is now parked at the required parking count per the zone of benefit, and is in the existing or the proposed building that you all have reviewed, the AE project that is to the east. So there is, I believe there's a total of 28 parking spaces that are available in that parking lot for this building, for the climbing gym building. So it is
Mr. Hamilton. So, Mr. Hamilton,
yes, just a note to add to that. The property is actually in Title 30. Title 28 is the previous zoning ordinance. Prior to 2017, this was actually in Title 28, but now it's in Title 30. So the new parking requirements are new-ish, now apply. And I will note that by staff, this project has not been determined to be complete with regard to parking. This is only a concept review at this point. We'll need to make sure that the project meets the parking requirement before determining it to be complete and scheduling it for approval. So just wanted to note that. But Mr. Cannella is correct, is in an 80% zone of benefit, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Edmonds, does that answer your questions? All right, thank you. Other questions? Commission Vice Chair House. Oh, you're muted.
There we go. I was
All right.
muted by the organizer and I couldn't unmute myself. I would just like to add that parking is not the purview of the HLC, so we really shouldn't be going any further with this.
Yeah, in terms of as long as it officially meets it from staff's point of view, then, or from their analysis, then we can find the community findings or whatever. Okay. And make sure it's of course screened right. Any other questions of the applicant? All right, well, let's move on to comments. Who wants to kick us off?
Mr. Chair, I'll jump in.
Vice Chair House.
You know, when it was suggested that this cornice run on the west and east elevations and not on the north and south, I thought, well, that's going to look weird. But actually, I'm very happy with how it turned out. So I think it's very successful. And I think the little window element in the center of both the east and west elevations is a nice touch. I think from my point of view, all the issues have been resolved. I mean, it's very simple and clean and but not plain building as we requested. And I think it's successful.
Mr. Chair,
All right. Commissioner Uli.
I totally agree with that.
That was easy. All right. Anyone that doesn't agree with that? I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think I mostly agree with that. I don't, the little window, I don't know if it's there yet. I mean, I think a little window with a little surround could work. This one seems to be sort of almost touching top and bottom a little too much, and maybe it's just because there's a line in there on the back side on elevation 2 that is that I don't think exists, because I think it's all one plane. And that's just a line where the roof is being raised. So maybe it just feels that way because of that, but on the front, it definitely seems to. And having the same special window on front and back is definitely not, I think it needs to be an AB or something else, not just the same super special window, kind of copied and pasted, but in general, a little window with a little surround could work out, and that could come, you know, that could come back later or be part of as things develop. So I'm not worried about that. And perhaps the pilasters or the piers or the corner turning seems a little wimpy right now. Perhaps beefing it up, maybe studying it a bit more. Maybe the cornice comes in and so it doesn't stick out quite so far and get chopped off in such a dramatic way. So I think those are subtleties that can all just get maybe played with and adjusted as it goes forward. So that aside from those little minor tweaks, I would be in agreement with the previous comments as well.
Mr. Chair,
that's all.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
In regards to your comment, I kind of agree, and the operator, Isha, who you heard from at our last meeting, you know, looking at his plan, he actually said, you know, it works better for us if we had a little more light coming in on the State Street side. So I'm wondering if we do the special window on the east elevation, which feels good to me, and maybe do 3 smaller windows on the State Street elevation and not give them that same articulation and just let that be different, like you said. Does that seem to work?
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds like that sounds like it would work better. That sounds like something like that would be much more, would be better than the current.
I I would agree, and we're never gonna see them anyway, you know,
Yeah.
when you get right down to it.
Yeah.
It's so far back.
Oh, you might only see it on the sides or whatever. But I think you probably still will see a piece of this until the next building, but for the time being. Agree, it won't be as noticeable as it is an elevation. And I think perspectives will show that. So I think that obviously, coming back for preliminary, that the perspectives are going to be super important for understanding and understanding what we actually see and how things actually read. So any other comments to add to it? Now, so this is just for conceptual, so I'll sort of summarize the comments. And then was asked as well whether this would be okay to come back for preliminary or design approval. And so the general summary was that we're supportive of the direction this is going. Some of the details can be will still need to be articulated in a more developed way, including some of the cornice detail and articulation, the corner piers or pilasters of the tall climbing wall space, the window on the State Street side of the climbing wall space to be changed to multiple windows, perhaps 3, with spread out across the facade. Let's see, for coming back with perspectives, with perspective views around the block on both State Street and what's the other? Is it Ortega?
Gutierrez.
Oh, Gutierrez. I have Ortega on the brain from this last project or last previous project. Gutierrez Street. So views from all different angles. Let's see, what else? I think that was for the most part it. The parking, and with the with also the note that per the planner's comments, the satisfying the parking will be determined as it goes forward as well. So it's still in process of review. Will be determined and discussed then. And then Commissioner Lenvik.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. And my question is, can this not be sent to consent for PDA and final? I mean, do we have to see this again?
I would think it would be important for a building of this size to come back to us for project design approval. Maybe perhaps final on consent, but this is a big building, and I think it would make sense that it would come back for. I for one would for sure want to see it on.
But it's in the middle. It's in the middle of the block. It's in the middle of the block. You know, it just seems to me that we're dragging our feet on this thing.
I agree with it coming back.
All right. Anyone else? Any other thoughts on it in terms of coming back full board versus consent?
I think one trip back to the full board and then consent from there.
Yeah, I think we can make that judgment once we see the views and everything else, and if everyone's comfortable sending it with final, then it makes sense. Okay. All right, Commissioner Lenvik, do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we return this to the applicant with our comments and the instructions to the staff would be that they come back to us for PDA.
Mr. Chair, that motion. I'll second that motion.
Sorry, was that Commissioner Mahan? Commissioner Mahan second the motion under discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Howe?
I would just take exception to your comment of spreading the windows across the west elevation, because I think that's kind of what we had before. And I think that, as a 3-part element, they need to be a design element and not just unadorned penetrations in that wall. So I think there's something special about what's shown now, and it could be any number of different things as you've suggested, but I think 3 windows spread out across that elevation, I would have a hard time with.
I think in my comment, it was with perhaps, I mean, not sort of leaving it open, but that's not a resolved window treatment yet.
I just wanted to state that so the applicant understands.
Yeah. And actually, can we read back what the actual comment was? Sure that we're clear about it. That's a good point. Ms. Tarnowska? And I know I butchered it, sorry.
Tarnowska.
Yeah, thank you. So let me see. Some of the details in the project need to be articulated in a more developed way, such as the cornice detail, corner pilasters of the climbing wall space, the window on the State Street side of the climbing wall space shall be changed to multiple windows, or perhaps 3 windows that are spread across the facade.
All right, Vice Chair House, are you comfortable with that? I mean, it's a perhaps. So the main thing is that the applicant knows that the current solution on the State Street, one individual window that's a heavily articulated, and the same as on the back side isn't there yet.
I'm fine with that as long as the applicant understands. I feel it needs to have some kind of pizzazz to it, not just 3 evenly spaced windows spread out.
I'm sure he'll come back with pizzazz.
He knows.
Yeah. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
And Mr. Chair, before we take the roll call, I just want to confirm whether or not Commissioners Edmonds and Drury have reviewed the minutes and the video from the previous meeting. If they have not, then please abstain from voting on this. So if we could just get your verbal confirmation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
For Mr. Hamilton, I have not reviewed, and I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner
Thank you.
Edmonds?
Same for me.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
thanks
you.
for your confirmation.
All right. So with that, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Abstain?
Commissioner Edmonds,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. So with that, this was not an appealable action. So we were going to go on to the next item, but we'll, for now, which will be item number 5. But for now, let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back for that.
We were just about caught up.
I know. Calling to order, Historic Landmarks Commission, April 28th, 2021. All right, so we are on to item 5, which is 481 West Mountain Drive. That's El Rancho Hacienda. This is a miscellaneous action item, public hearing for historic resource listing or designation. And this is a review of historic significance report and accept or not accept the findings of the report that the 7 cottages designed in 1946 in the Adobe style may be eligible as a historic resource. If the commission accepts the findings of the report pursuant to Municipal Code Section 22, the permit request of a possibly historic structure shall be scheduled at the Historic Landmarks Commission for a hearing on the application concurrently with a duly noticed hearing to allow the commission to decide among the following options: 1, listing on the potential historic resources list; 2, structure of merit designation; or 3, city landmark designation of the 7 cottages designed in 1946 in an Adobe style. And okay, so
Mr. Chair, this is just simply setting a hearing. Yeah. Right.
Yep. So,
Thank you.
Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to just go over a brief background of this rather unique property. This was designed just after World War II. It's called Rancho Hacienda by local builder William Allen, who built originally a big ranch up in the Santa Barbara foothills up Mountain Drive, so people could ride their horses up to the Schofield property where the Rancheros Visitores camped, and up onto Rattlesnake Canyon where the trail had been constructed and around the turn of the century. So it was considered the country, and he had an 11-acre parcel, and he then built 7 identical cottages of thick concrete block made to mimic adobe. They all have red tile roofs and heavy wood porch overhangs. They each had matching interior features like wooden dressers and matching bar stools and fireplaces on the diagonal on the interior. They even had, they each had those old iron front porch chairs as well. They were designed in a row. They right along the common driveway, looking over this big open field that was going to be a pasture for this Rancho Hacienda that people could come and be at, like a dude ranch, but it never really took as a dude ranch, and he ended up renting each of these out over the years. Some of them, almost all of them, converted their garages into an extra room because they were rather small. And as time went on, the renters of each of the properties pooled their resources and formed a partnership to buy the property, which is why it's still all under one parcel. There, as far as all 7 cottages, when you look at all 7 up there, they really do have a sense of rhythm, as they all keep the original design of these big front porches with the heavy posts over the front doors that are like these plank doors and these divided light windows. Some of them have changed a few of the windows out and put in French doors, but the overall design and rhythm as you go down the 7 is still intact. And lots of them have almost all their original features on the front elevation. And you can see the original drawings, so to kind of show the similar rhythm that almost all the cottages have still. So they, besides that, some of the little things have been changed out. They still give you this overall integrity of feeling, because they still retain that essential rhythm and location, and relate as a cohesive unit. They still have this setting that still reads as a rural unit of unique adobe cottages. And the materials, some have been changed out and some are fully intact. So there's not purity of materials, mostly in the windows. As you see, this one changed their windows to doors, so it kind of goes back a little bit here and there. But they do still have integrity of association with their cohesiveness as a whole, and their association with the construction of the 1946 sort of dude ranch. And I found they qualified under criterion A. as the 1946 cottages are an example of an effort after World War II to continue the tradition to design the city in a unique adobe style, even after the popular architectural styles of the nation were now turning towards simplified ranch and mid-century styles. It's significant that the designer completed the buildings in concrete block to imitate the adobe and not in the new popular styles being constructed throughout other areas of the city and the nation to create this hacienda, this old Spanish style feeling ranch, rural area of Santa Barbara that demonstrates a more rural heritage of the city. So that concludes my presentation of this unique little set of cottages.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. So we will go now to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please follow the instructions, click on the green hand icon, and we've got 2 minutes to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to give verbal public comment and you're attending by webinar, please click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak. And then while we wait for hands to be raised, I'm sorry?
Yes, Ms. Elledge?
This is Suzanne Elledge. I'm representing the property owners. May I just have a moment? I'm not really making a presentation. I just wanted to make a comment.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would be, yep, sounds good. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it's very nice to see you all. It's been several months. I can't wait till we're doing this in person again. Suzanne Elledge, founder of Suzanne Elledge Planning and Permitting Services, representing the property owners at El Rancho Hacienda. And I just wanted to briefly address the commission to say that the owners agree that the property is unique, it has special character, and it certainly has an interesting permit history. We defer to the judgment of the city historian and your commission as to whether it holds historic significance as defined by the ordinance. If you determine it has historic significance, then we will be pleased to present the project immediately following this item in a few minutes. We also want to clarify that the proposed project does not gain any permitting advantage by being designated a historic resource. We are here before you today because the city historian visited the site during the PRT process, assessed the property, and made her recommendations. The owners did not seek a historic designation, but they do not object to your decision to make a designation should you choose to do so. So thank you. We look forward to hearing your discussion.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go back to public comment now. Anyone from the public can raise your hand, and we'll have 2 minutes to discuss that.
Okay, and sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. And if you would like to give verbal public comment, please click your hand icon on your control panel. I'll just confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written correspondence for this item, and this is just the designation portion of the project as a reminder.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive written correspondence from Leslie Gutierrez Jones, Cody Campbell, and Jonathan Hegel and Grace Choi. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And I did see some hands raised briefly, but they went away. So just gonna check in with Lonnie Evenstein. Lonnie Evenstein, I'm gonna unmute you. Can you confirm whether you wanna speak?
Yes, I do want to speak.
Okay, thank you. Go.
Great. Members of the commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm actually here on another item, but I was talking with someone in the community this past weekend who's very knowledgeable of Mission Canyon, who agrees with me that this is a excellent idea for historic recognition. It's been a part of the community for a long time. It's a unique part of the community, and there's other small blocks in the city of Santa Barbara that are designated historic resources. And it's something that as time goes on, I believe that this will become an even more valuable historic resource to the community. So as a resident of Mission Canyon and as someone who's talked with other long-term residents of Mission Canyon, we encourage you to move forward with recommending it in some manner for historical status. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Hamilton, do we have any
Edelstein.
other?
And at this time, I don't see any other hands raised, so back to you, Mr. Chair and the committee.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Since this is just the a resolution to have a designation hearing and not the designation hearing by itself, seems that we just simply should make a motion. I'll make such a motion.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Hernandez. Point of clarification.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Uli. Actually, this is the designation hearing.
Did we do the
I've been
resolution
scouring-
last time?
we have been scouring the ordinance and we found that if it comes in for design review through the discretionary process, they are exempt from the resolution intention.
Oh, well, then that saves us a step.
Yes, I wish I'd known
There we
about it.
go. We're
for the past 3
streamlining.
years.
We're streamlining. All right,
Well,
so this is for it.
I'll change my, I don't have any questions, but I'll change my direction. Then how about that?
Okay, so
This does have, go ahead.
yeah, let's try to be quick about it, but let's make sure, let's ask questions first. Let's go questions, then we'll roll into comments and try to get to a decision. So questions, Commissioner Edmonds.
I'm trying to form in my mind to make this a question. So let me start with my first question and I'll try to make another question. Did anybody else go visit the property?
No.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenbick, it looks like, and Commissioner Drury, and then Commissioner Jordan.
Okay.
No, pass it.
I visited the property today and based on comments that have been made about other properties and whether they should be designated or not, I would find it difficult to imagine that this is something that we would designate. I mean, I think you have to see it firsthand to see that it just doesn't, but it's the comment rise to the level of something that we would make as a historic resource.
Okay, that sounds an awful lot like a comment.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to.
Okay. All right.
How can we make that into a question?
What would it be that would make it? Okay, let's go to questions. Let's keep saying questions, and we'll jump to that comment.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Drury.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have a conflict of interest with the El Rancho Hacienda, and I really think I should recuse myself.
Okay, sounds good. We won't hold it against you. June.
I shall
All right,
know.
thanks.
I shall do so then. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lenbick.
Yes, I have been by that property several times in the last week, and I actually tried to drive up on the property behind, but the access is literally denied. I find it a very interesting and charming little community. The thing that bothers me, and my question centers around this, is how can we designate something that has as many violations as it does? And I guess that's a question for the staff. I mean, we're looking at something that runs rampant with violations. You know, buildings have been added onto, built, no permits, you know, whatever. And I know that Suzanne Elledge said that our designation, if we chose to make it, would not have any influence on future actions. And I just don't know that I want to believe that. And so I asked staff,
As a point of clarification, then we'll go to your question to staff. But as a point of clarification, I think Ms. Elledge, and I think there's some feedback. Someone can mute. Ms. Elledge was saying, I think the point was that from the applicant side of things, they're not either way. They're fine with whichever way we want to go. They're saying because of and probably because of the public comment has been received, where it was implied that it was through Historic Landmarks Commission that they were trying to hide behind, or would be used to not have to do violations or other things. And I think Ms. Elledge was saying, either way, the applicant is fine with it. They're not against or for it. They're just ambiguous about it. So they're ready to present if we so deem that it's historic merit or structure. But go to Ms. Hernandez for the question of designating something that has violations, has some violations / so many violations.
The violations will be addressed in the next item when it goes to either you or the other board. They're going to have to get all that permitted somehow, and that's what they're going to discuss. We're just deciding, does it go to you with the eyes of a historic board, and when we look at improving all those violations, or does it go to the other? Does it qualify to be in your realm or the other? So we're not really looking at those violations until the next item. We're just looking at them as they are today. Do you think you can designate them? And will the permit questions will come after when you look at them?
And as a example of that, we've had buildings that are being demolished and in total violation without building permits or other things, and have still reviewed them for whether we're going to designate them as what they were even and make them restore it if we felt like there was a strong violation. So it seems like it wants to be whether we think it stands on its own merit, and with the violations, maybe they'll need to be corrected or changed or accepted. So that part is kind of step 2. Ms. Elledge, did you want to add to the point of clarification on the question? But then I do want to try to keep this in its lane of this is for the historic report, really.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify that there is not an enforcement case with respect to these as-built improvements. This is not an enforcement case, so there are not formal violations. The applicants have come in proactively to obtain as-built permits for the improvements that have occurred without permits. So I just want to make that distinction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lenvick?
So my question to staff is, so they've come in voluntarily to permit the current illegal violations. Since they came in voluntarily, I mean, they could choose not to proceed with those corrections, I assume. Is that correct, staff?
Commissioner Lenvick and Mr. Chair, that is incorrect. Now that the project is in for discretionary review, all existing zoning and building violations will need to be addressed as part of this permit. So they wouldn't be able to let those violations go now that they're in for discretionary review.
But is it not possible that we could say, we're not going to designate you, and therefore you would not be subject to our review for the buildings. They would be subject to somebody else's review, ABR or Single Family Design Review Board, and you're saying they would have to proceed? They couldn't back out?
To answer your question, we might have the case planner, Mr. Tony Bauman, available to answer that question. Mr. Bauman?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Grabine and Commissioners. Commissioner Lenvick, to answer your question, the applicant doesn't have the opportunity or the choice or option to withdraw the project and retain the violations. We will enforce on the violations. We've received a complaint from a neighbor, and we can enforce on the violations on that basis. As long as the applicant and owners continue in the process, the violations will get resolved anyway. So we'll end up at the same point anyway. But if for some reason the owners decided to back out, we would enforce against all the violations.
Okay.
Okay, great. And so just to add clarity to that, so everyone's on the same page. So the idea is there are things that are going to need to be resolved there, and whether that is things are granted for modifications or exceptions or whatever, versus being required to turn things back or to do things otherwise. It's still up in the air. that's still to be determined, whether it's by us, if it's a historic or by single family design or wherever and whoever, if it's not. And right, is that a good summary? So that's our first question is just going to be on the historic side of things, and then that'll determine whether it's in our court or it's in someone else's court to address the other issues.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, so is everyone clear? Commissioner Jordan?
I have a question. The report we received said all 7 cottages retain the character defining terracotta roof tiles. We received a public comment letter that suggests that that's not true. So I just would like to know how to resolve that discrepancy. Do all 7 retain the original tiles?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And Commissioner Jordan, I saw the buildings from the front elevation. I didn't get the view that the public comment had where it came from like the rear. I think some of these have additions on them that might have a different roof, but I think all the little front sections of them that you see on this pictures, the little front over the doorway and over the garage, all have the terracotta roofs.
Okay, thank you.
And just as and also what might add some light, because Google tells us everything now. In taking a look at this and reading that comment and taking a look at this on Google Maps, it looks like the majority of the roofs, maybe I would say maybe 60% or so, all the front sections have the tile for sure, and some of the back halves of the roofs don't have tile. They just have a red asphalt, laid asphalt, rolled asphalt. So most of the roof is tile, but it's all the front facing and then some of the back facing, but not all the back facing. So just as a note. And then Commissioner Edmonds, did you have your hand raised?
I did.
Yeah. Question?
Yes. This time I promise. So I believe Nicole said that they were all identical. Can you confirm that, Nicole? They did not look identical when I visited the properties today.
So they were constructed in this identical design with the big garage and then the front porch that is deeply overhangs this little porch with the heavy beams. They all have that. And then they have like the configuration of windows and doors. So some of them have changed them out, but that like main design style is still intact. And they were designed as identical. The plans were in your report. And you can see like a lot of them still have the original plank doors. A lot of them still have the windows. But there's been little changes, but the overall design kind of gives them that cohesive rhythm that I was talking about in my presentation.
When you drive down the main driveway, and then you've got I didn't drive up the individual driveways, but I went down the main driveway. I went all the way to the end. There's a building that is not included in the photos that you've attached for us that I found to have, a color scheme that just wasn't what we would think of in Spanish hacienda style. And I don't know if anybody else has seen that building that I'm referring to, but it's right there on the main street.
Yeah, that one is a later addition, not part of one of the original 7.
Okay, so we have more than 7. Do we have more than 7 houses?
We're really looking at the 7 cottages, and Suzanne can talk to that, what some of the extra buildings are that are on the property.
Okay, because it looked like somebody's home. It wasn't. There were chicken coops and things like that. It wasn't an outbuilding of that sort. So there are other home structures.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Edmondson, there are a number of accessory structures, and we will walk you through the plans if we get to the point of showing you the proposed project. There are a variety of offices, art studios, that exist along with the residential structures.
And so for our purposes, though, what we're really considering in terms of historic resource, at least for designation purposes, even though other stuff is on the parcel or other stuff is on the property, for designation purposes, we're talking about just these 7 structures that were built, and we're even though we might be reviewing or things related to it because they're on the property, we're really designating these. That's the question. The
Right.
question is whether these 7 are the. Okay, Commissioner Lenvik. Questions?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, and I can make this a comment as opposed to a question. As I mentioned earlier, I find the entire complex very charming. And if we can get the buildings, the 7 residences, into some kind of recognizable and permittable situation, I think that's great. But I think the entire property should be designated because it has a history, and what's in your foreground relates to the buildings. I think, and if that happens, if we designate the entire property as one parcel with 7 residences on it, then we will also gain control over these related non-permitted structures like a studio or a storage shed or whatever. And I think it's important that we do that. I would hate to simply have the houses be designated and ignore the entire property.
So to turn that into a question is, if we designate the 7 houses as part of this, we still have the authority, or we still are the ruling body over the whole property, correct? That's the question.
Yes.
Okay, so
In
we'll
the
still
municipal
be that, and we'll consider it with regards to the 7 houses and everything else as a complex, and we'll be able to consider it all within that, in terms of that frame of reference. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
once a
I turn it into
parcel has
questions
a
for you, Commissioner
historic
Lenvik.
resource, the whole parcel is yours.
Yeah.
That way people aren't going back and forth, you can look for
And we can-
compatibility and cohesiveness. You're all very correct.
Yeah, makes sense. Any other questions before we go into comments? I do want to move this along. So I think we have plenty more things to talk about as well. Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right. So now let's go into comments. And this is about just the historic side of things, whether we find this as a structure of merit or whether we're agreeing with the report, and then whether it's a historic resource, structure of merit, or on the potentials list. Actually, that'll be my last question, just to confirm, Ms. Hernandez, we can also put this on the potentials list if we so deem, as opposed to putting it as a structure of merit.
Mr. Chair.
Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Commissioner Uli.
Thank you. Good discussion. In general, I think the site as a site is very interesting, and in some words of some commissioners, charming. I think, though, the report is somewhat lacking in the sense that, in my opinion, each individual structure should be evaluated for its level of integrity. In looking at the aerial photograph, if all 7 use the same plan, then only one of them retains 100% integrity, because only one of them has not been modified. The rest of them are at least twice as big. So I'm not sure that all 7 structures use the same plan as a model. But I think the report would be a little more thorough if, House A had its evaluation, House B, and et cetera. Right now it reads all general. So you kind of get a general sense that they're all doing, they all have high integrity. They all stuck with the original design, but I don't think that's the case. I struggle a little bit with the integrity question. Obviously, the buildings have not been moved, so their site context is intact. But the individual buildings, I think, vary on that scale of integrity. The third one in, I think, is the one that has the highest integrity, and then the rest of them drop off from there. So, within a historic context, going from the very general to the very specific, generally, I think it could be done as a group. But specifically, I don't think every single one of them is the contributor to this kind of mini district, if you wanted to call it a little mini district of 7 buildings. Only a few of them do. Thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Gordon.
first of all, I want to second what Commissioner Uli's comments about the report. I'm concerned that it needs to be developed further to be totally accurate in its description, particularly if these are the reports that we use as the basis for our decisions. In addition, I have some reservations about their appropriateness for historic designation. It talks about mimicking an Adobe style, but I'm not sure how successful that is. When I looked at them, I'm not sure that I would have identified them as Adobe, even in an effort to mimic that. I was thinking about things like the size of some of the windows and the ratio of windows openings to the wall surface. So I'm not sure that it rises to a level that I would consider a kind of minimum threshold for historic designation. Even though, and this is why I struggled a little bit with this, I recognize the story of this site is in fact a very interesting story. It just doesn't right now rise to the level that I would like to see as a threshold for designation.
All right. Other comments, Commissioner Lenvick?
Yes. With regard to the buildings being all the same design, they all were, and they were all built the same. And what has happened is, over the years, there have been unpermitted additions. And those additions, I would assume, are subject to removal. And if we were to designate this property or these buildings as structures of merit, I think we would be designating the approved and permitted buildings, not the illegal additions. And when the applicant attempts to straighten out this problem by permitting after the fact these additions, then we can see that those additions are made to conform to the original style or to the structure of merit level that we're granting it. So I'm not looking at these buildings as they are today with all the illegal additions and whatever, but I'm looking at these buildings as if they were as if the permitted building with what we are reviewing, and that means permitted with the appropriate French doors and the appropriate breakups in the windows and so on and so forth. So I can see where we would have a difficult job if we were to go and have the staff look at each building individually and try to make something of it, but we don't have to because that stuff's all illegal and it's subject to removal.
All right. Other commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Lenvick. I think that we have to recognize this is a very, very special little group of buildings, and there's a lot of history here. There's been some damage done, and there's been violations made. But I think we need to put our arm around this project and shepherd it toward where it needs to go, so that it will become a really wonderful historic asset to our city. We don't want to let this one go. We need to designate this, and I agree that we are not designating any illegal construction if we make a designation, and I think we need to take care of this. This has the potential for being a very, very precious asset to the history of Santa Barbara, and I think we need to step up with the designation. of the entire property. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair,
Commissioner House or Vice Chair House.
that was extremely eloquently well put on the behalf of Commissioner Mahan. So it gives clarity to the issue for me. So I would support designating it.
All right. Only if we first gave it a hug, then put our arm around it.
Wrap our arms around it.
All right. Other commissioners comments on it? Otherwise, we can look for a motion. Someone's ready for? Not all at once.
I think Commissioner Mahan should make the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion we're making a motion to put this on the agenda in the future, isn't it?
No, because
No,
we're doing
this is for declaring either structure of merit.
I'm going to make a motion to list this property and all of the buildings on it that are legal, listing it as potential historic resources.
Legal and
Okay,
original.
so just a point of clarification. You want to put it on the potentials list as a group, the seven, the original seven, as a group on the potentials list, as opposed to making it a structure of merit. And of course, the other would be landmark, which I don't think anyone's.
I think it can be. They can become structures of merit down the line, and we ought to put them on the potentials list right now. That way, that's a good way to secure secure them, and then as these
review of them without actually making them a structure of merit yet. Got it. Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Mahan, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion. Any discussion? Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I hope the secretary gets the comment that the designation or the posting of this project includes everything but the illegal structures.
Absolutely.
Both additions and other structures on the property.
I believe, as a point of clarification, I believe the motion is for the original parts of the seven original cottages as to be put on the as a group to be put on the what's it called, potential list.
The maker of the motion also mentioned the entire property, though.
That's the entire property.
Yeah, but okay, and the entire property, but with the seven, specifically the seven as the ones that are on the potentials as a group. Okay, is that clear? All right. Any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Lundy.
What name did you say first?
Commissioner Lembick.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Edmund.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Oh, sorry, I'm not hearing well. I'm a no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jordan.
No.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
No.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chernovskaya.
Wait,
Right.
maybe he would please.
Okay, so we are on to item 5. Whoops, sorry, item 6. 481 West Mountain Drive. This is a new item for concept review. The series of 7 existing cottages, now on the potentials list, constructed in 1946, may qualify as historic resources. The residential single unit zone site is developed with 7 dwelling units, 469 to 493 West Mountain Drive, and various accessory structures on one 4.59 acre lot as non-conforming to residential density. The project seeks approval of as-built and proposed new residential remodels, additions, and accessory structures. The project requires staff hearing officer review of a lot area modification and a setback modification. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. All right. So, welcome. The applicant is here. All right.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Again. I thought that staff
Hello
was
again.
going to make a presentation, so I hesitated from clicking on. Do we want to make sure that Tony Bauman is not going to make a presentation?
All right. Yeah. So let's from the staff side of things, is there any little, you want to give a little summary spiel here?
Well, Mr. Chair, I was thinking of making comments before you review the item in terms of your review purview, but after the previous discussion, I think you all understand what's permitted and what isn't, and that everything that isn't is subject to design review approval. But to expand on that a little bit, one aspect that's unpermitted was the conversion of all those one-car attached garages to habitable space. So that's resulted in replacement parking, and that's all uncovered parking. So the parking is also under your review purview, as well as all the other accessory structures that were built without permits. Let's see, I forgot I was going to add one more point. While the replacement parking is uncovered, which is not typical for single residential development and single family residential zones, but with regard to parking, the parking requirement is a multi-family residential parking requirement because the parking regulations are based on the type of development on the site, not by the zone. So multi-family residential development is defined as 3 or more units on a lot. So the project's not required to have covered replacement parking. And I think that's about all I wanted to mention. But if you have any other questions about review purview, it's basically, the site plan is might be a good exhibit to start with, because it shows the 7 original cottages just with a plain white color and a black outline, and then all the other types of improvements. The unpermitted additions are shown with different types of shading. There's some proposed demolition in the project description. There's some setback encroachments at the rear of 2 dwellings that's proposed to be demolished, with a little bit of an addition remaining in the setback that still needs a setback modification. And to replace some of that demolished floor area, there are a couple of small proposed additions. It would be new construction as part of the project description. But that kind of gives you an overview of what's under the purview or what's open that needs design review approval. And I'll be standing by if any other questions come up.
Great.
Okay.
I think there probably will be. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Suzanne Elledge again, and joining me with the presentation is Joe Andrulitis from Andrulitis Mixon. I'm just going to start off with some background information and basic project information, and then I'll turn it over to Joe. When the team was engaged by the applicants to represent them in the process to legalize the additions and alterations to these legal non-conforming cottages, we started out by collecting and reviewing the property permit history, aerial photos, talking to the residents, and collecting all the data we could find to gain a full understanding of the site, how it evolved over time, and the improvements that exist there today. We decided that putting all the relevant information into the project plans was the best way to convey to you and to the staff hearing officer ultimately the site's unique permitting history, because it forms the basis of understanding as to how 7 homeowners that could find themselves in small cottages with no legal way to improve them. So the plan set includes all the typical required plan sheets, but to those we have added the 1946 site plan that had the development envelopes around each of the proposed cottages, the 1946 typical cottage floor plan and elevations, the lot split map from 1957 that reduced the size of the parcel to what it is today and created the legal non-conforming status, the implications of which didn't really reveal themselves until decades later. And then, of course, the detailed information about all of the improvements at each address. We've added graphics to identify the location of the as-built additions, the setback encroachment areas, and where we are relocating floor area out of the setback to meet setback requirements. Other than implementing a stormwater management plan, something that would not have been required in the 1980s when most of these improvements were built, there are no changes proposed to the site. And other than relocating approximately 970 square feet of floor area outside of setback areas, there are no changes proposed to the buildings. The whole purpose of this project is to obtain as-built permits for what exists on the site today and to ensure code compliance. We believe it's very clear that the project can meet project compatibility criteria. And before turning it over to Joe, I just want to know if I would be able to have a couple of minutes after public comment to address the commission.
Yeah, I think we can, with a complex project like this, especially, I think that we can allow that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I will turn it over to Joe.
Especially if Mr. Andrelias hurries up.
Okay. All right, Joe, it's to you to walk through the plans. Thank you.
All right, guys. Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine, fellow commissioners. As you can imagine, this is a quite complicated endeavor, but it's a good thing. I think it's good to see the community here that lives here finally address some of these violations. I'm sure it's been in the back of their mind for decades, worrying about what's pending. And I think it's nice that they're voluntarily coming to you to finally resolve all this. So I'm going to go from, let's say, east to west. And we're going to start with the site plan that you see right now. So I try to simplify this as much as possible. The original cottages were all built identical. I verified that. It was a slump block, concrete block made to look like adobe with all tile roofs and open beam ceilings. I think all of the roofs are shed roofs, as you can see. I'll reference back to the original plan. But you can clearly see the outline of all the existing buildings on the site plan. And what I've done with the cross hatching, so the single cross hatching are the additions that were made over the last several decades to the existing outline. Now, if we move across, you can see those vary in size and configuration. If you go to the middle one, 485, that's the only remaining cottage that has no additions. And I'll go back to that so you can kind of see the flavor of what that building looks like. As we move to the far left, we had two, after getting the project surveyed and looking at all the conditions and the site constraints, we realized that both of those additions at 473 and 469 were built in a setback. So we're having a little different issue there. So we want to take the as-built structure that's in the easement or in the setback, remove it, and then reapply it as an addition. So the square footage to remain is a single hatch, and then the cross hatching is the addition that we're proposing. And we'll get into that when I go to each individual plan. So I hope that's clear. So if you can go to page 9. So here's the original cottage. Everything was slump block, even the interior walls. Very, unique, cute cottages, very small kitchens, very small bedrooms. single car garage. As stated previously, all the garages have been converted to living spaces. I didn't see any remnants or anything regarding the shutters, so my guess is that the shutters were never installed. There are different configurations in the current plan that aren't reflected in this plan. There's some closets that were built that you don't see in this plan, and some of the openings are slightly different. But overall, all the cottages kind of retain this unique character, and all these walls, the exterior walls, still remain in these additions in some fashion. And I want to point out in the elevation over the garage, there is some wood siding over the header of the garage that you may not have noticed before. So let's go to page 20. So here's the original cottage that remains, that has not been added onto. And you can see the exterior photos. The only thing changed here is that they added another trellis in front of the garage, and the garage door was converted to a window. I think most of the steel windows remain. You might see some conduit and whatnot that's been added over time. But this just gives you a flavor of what's there. It's a two-piece clay tile roof, not really very extended eaves, very shallow. And all the roofs are shed roofs with a simple rake detail on each end. So let's go back to page 12, and then I'll walk you through each unit as we progress here. So here's the furthest unit on the west. So what you see, most of the addition was done to the back. And if you look at photo E on the lower left corner, if you look at that shed roof addition that slopes to the left, that's the section that's in the setback. So that section looked like to me, walking through the building, is that it was built at some other time. And what we're proposing is to just lop off that entire section. And one, it's not as architecturally sound as some of the other additions. So that eliminates that issue. Plus the roofing on that is the asphalt roofing that was mentioned before. So that eliminates that issue as well. So what we're going to do is remove that portion. So go back to the overall plan. And then add on portions to extend the existing shed roof. And then that shed would, and then we have a further addition towards the bottom here where the master bedroom is, that will be added onto the front, that will have a shed roof mimicking the shed roof over the kitchen. So if you go to the next sheet, if you look at the south elevation, I have a shed roof for the master bed area that's sloping opposite of the slope of the garage. And then if you go to the elevation below, that's the shed roof getting extended towards the back to incorporate the additions. And then we have the back elevation. So go to the next sheet. So in this case, we have, unfortunately, a 4-foot section of the addition that is in the setback. And so that will get shaved back. And that's a shed roof as well. And then that area is going to be repurposed for a dining room at the kitchen and another bathroom for bedroom number 4. You go to the next sheet. So the west elevation reflects the revised shed roof with the area being removed. Next. So this facility, or this cottage, has an addition towards the northeast, and then a little laundry room to the west, and then an extension of the garage. You can see in the photos, there's this roof in the back has ended up being a gable. And then you can look at the next sheet for the elevations. Next. Once again, this one is added on the northwest or northeast corner, another gable roof with the roof sloping towards the back, and then an extension of the garage towards the west. Next. See on the garage that the shed roof was just simply extended, and this has kind of a more extended trellis in the front. Next. This is the original cottage that hasn't been added onto. So next. Next again. So another one with addition towards the east and the west. This has a number of trellis elements added to the front. This one had a study area that ended up being over an easement, a sewer easement. So that has been removed, and that was actually a wood structure. And so the pictures don't believe they show that section because it's not applicable anymore. But you go on the next sheet for the elevations. Here it shows the extended garage roof, shed roof with the trellis in front. And some of the windows that were installed over time. Next. This one has a more modest addition on the north end. So there's additional bedroom in the northeast corner and a bathroom on the northwest corner. These are all done with shed roofs again. Next sheet. You can see the addition in the north elevation of the bathroom, and then in the front, they just extended the shed towards the east. For those members that haven't been out to the site, I'd be happy to walk you through it. You get a completely different perspective being there and seeing the whole campus. Next sheet. So there's various accessory structures that were placed over time. Some were built in place, some were moved to the site. They have varying degrees of architectural styles, and I'll just let these speak for themselves at this point, and you can comment on them. But we've provided photos for all the structures as well as elevations. The next sheet. Most of them have tile roofs, some do not. Next. I'll actually go back one sheet. I wanted to point something out. There is a laundry facility that is in the setback, as you see on the first floor plan up top, that will be shaved away to accommodate a much smaller laundry facility, because that is in the setback. So next sheet. So all the elevations, you can see kind of varying degree of architecture. Next. Next sheet. And that's a whole set of plans. That concludes my presentation. I'd like to also address the comments that were made by neighbors. Anything that's not permitted as far as skylights and water heaters or air conditioning units, those will all be resolved as we go through this as-built permits process. So if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
30 seconds left to spare.
All right. Perfect. All right. So with that, if that completes your presentation, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green hand icon and follow the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you're attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment, please click the hand icon on your control panel. And Ms. Chernosked, did we receive any written correspondence on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive written correspondence from Philip Frieden, Cody Campbell, Jonathan Hegel and Grace Choi, and it was distributed to the commission before this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And we do have a number of attendees in the audience, so I just want to clarify, if you would like to give verbal public comment, please click the hand icon on your control panel and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Not seeing any hands raised. Mr. Chair, I believe we can turn it back over to you for questions. Well, I believe Ms. Elledge may have wanted to address the commission.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
All right, Ms. Elledge.
If I could just make some final remarks. I just want to say a couple of things. The public comment letters that you received did contain a number of factual errors. Actually, the letter from Ms. Gutierrez Jones specifically, I do not want to take up your time by going through those point by point and correcting them. But I do want to clarify, kind of in stark contrast to what is alleged in the letter, that the proposed project is seeking to proactively legalize unpermitted additions, some of which happened decades ago, some of which, in terms of remodels of the interior, occurred in the 1960s before any of the original owners that may still be there today ever resided in the cottages. So we're talking about things that go back 60 years. They've come in proactively. It's a bold move. It can be a costly move, and we are really hoping to work with you closely to do what is reasonable and right to these structures. The whole purpose of the project is to bring the property into compliance, but there's been no attempt to circumvent, no attempt to claim historic significance that isn't there. We've coordinated closely with staff and have appreciated their guidance, and we have followed it. As an example, there is a costly relocation of approximately 970 square feet of floor area so that it is outside of setbacks and in compliance with the interior setback requirements. This is a special enclave of cottages where long-term residents have fostered a close-knit community in an idyllic setting that the owners wish to preserve and protect. This is relatively affordable housing in Santa Barbara, and we want to work closely with you. And as I said, bring it into compliance, and we hope you give us good and reasonable guidance as to how to do that. And we appreciate your time looking at all of the materials that we submitted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for
Mr.
questions.
Chair. Mr.
All right,
Chair,
Commissioner
before
Drury.
we go any further, I have a conflict of interest. I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, and just as just to know if you're going to be back, and if you have a time that you need to leave.
Yeah, I have to leave at 10 to 6, feed my mom.
Okay.
But if
Yeah,
I'll be
okay.
monitoring your, I'll be.
Well, that's interesting.
I'm not sure what you'll be doing, but I'll we'll hopefully talk to you soon. All
No,
right.
I'm going to feed my mother good food. What do you mean?
Well, you were making
maybe a stiff drink.
You were breaking up. That was why. All right. So sounds good, Commissioner Drury. We'll see if we can get on to the next item before your time runs out. All right. Questions from other commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner House.
I believe Mr. Androlitis offered a guided tour of the property, and I'm thinking since we're 20 minutes behind already, and there is a lot of material to cover here, maybe it would be the best course of action to continue this for 2 weeks and take him up on that offer, whether all together or go by ourselves. But there's a lot to understand here.
If we go on horseback, I think we can be socially distanced.
Exactly.
I think that's a good question. And I think that let's actually break from norm in terms of just having a quick little discussion about this, because this is a very unusual project. It's extremely extensive, way bigger than what normal projects are we're used to reviewing, and for both sake of the project itself and getting good review, and also for us, everyone being able to actually get their eyes on things, I think it does make sense. How does the rest of the commission feel in terms of in terms of that approach of going up there in 2 weeks, or setting up a separate meeting or up there, but a tour, and then be able to go on to the next meeting with that in mind. Is that how do other commissioners feel? Is everyone feeling like that's a good idea? Yeah, I think that's.
You're suggesting are you suggesting a site? You're suggesting a site visit, not a part of our regular Wednesday meeting, but some other time.
An organized, agendized site visit. So I think that's how we'd have to do it, because that way there's not 9 or whatever separate visits and separate presentations and separate.
I think that's really important that we do it together.
Yeah. Okay. I think that makes a lot of sense. Is there any input from staff in terms of any logistics? And I'm assuming there's plenty of parking. It's not covered anymore, but there's plenty of parking up there, it looks like. So we can probably all go separately and meet. And instead, the staff, is there any guidance or thoughts on that in terms of any site visit?
Yes, so the site visit would go up with the agenda. So if it is continued 2 weeks, then we would just notice the site visit in the next agenda for May 12th. And that's all we would need to do. You're welcome to go or not go. And I believe I'd have to confirm with staff whether the city would provide transportation or not. Certainly, you can most likely transport yourselves there if you wanted to, and perhaps Ms. Unzueta has more knowledge about that.
Ms. Unzueta, do we each get a stallion to ride?
We'll put in the order for you.
It'll be electric.
Right?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I used to do these site visits all the time on Planning Commission, and there is a protocol. The public is allowed to follow along with us, and it's very important that we restrain ourselves from making any comments, but just ask questions. We shouldn't be making any decisions there. I think staff will support that, but the public may come along with us, because it's an agendized meeting.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair. Unzueta, did you want to? Yes, Commissioner Mann.
Chair?
Oh, was that Commissioner Lendick?
Yeah,
Commissioner Lendick.
I would hope that this could be on like a Monday or Tuesday before the meeting, or even the week before, and not on the meeting day.
Yeah, good comment.
What's the agendized timeline requirements for public notice?
It's 72 hours. We typically send out the agenda the Thursday, or in this case for the Historic Landmarks Commission, the Friday before the Wednesday meeting.
Okay.
Could certainly.
So
what we typically do is we would just indicate on the agenda the date and time of the site visit. So if we send it out on Friday, we can certainly say that the site visit would be for a Monday at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
And the protocol currently, because of the pandemic, COVID, is that we are basically asking the design review body members to meet at the site. A lot of people don't want to carpool these days, and so we wouldn't be doing a van trip out there. So to meet on the site, and obviously the agenda will be sent out to the public so they're aware of the time and the date.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so that seems like that's the direction we're going, and then maybe with staff, we just and the applicant coordinate a time that works for the most people possible. The week, the couple days before, and then I guess could it be agendized for the next meeting? With that understanding, does that work for everyone? Or for the applicant and for staff, does that work to put on the next agenda and meet the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day we can before. Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. That sounds like where it's going.
Yes.
So, all right, great. So with that, does someone want to make a motion for that?
I want to make.
Or does there have to be a motion? Or, oh, Commissioner Lenvick?
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I think that the architect has done a good job of rendering the proposed elevations, plan and elevations. I think he's got the majority of the windows with the cut-ups as were original. Some of the French doors don't have their cut-ups yet. I want to make sure that we understand that he is not going to have any skylights because none are shown, and no rooftop equipment because none are shown. And I think it's important. But I think he's done a good job of giving us conceptual or preliminary drawings which we can use and take with us. He may want to take and add some things like the cut-ups on the windows to get it closer to the original, but it's a good step. I think from the standpoint of the other structures, the studios and the office and the sheds or whatever, I think he ought to take a hard look at those and see if there isn't some design work he can do, which hasn't been done yet, that we can involve ourselves with when he comes back to us, because they do need some organization and some cohesion with the original structures. But other than that, I'll be glad to make a motion to continue this for 2 weeks with the understanding that there will be a site visit arranged for the Landmarks members at the staff and the architect's convenience.
Mr. Chair.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, second. Commissioner Mann seconds it, and then under discussion, was that Ms. Elledge? Did you have something?
I just have a question there. Thank you. I assume that the site visit is an exterior walkabout. I know that the residents will be interested in knowing whether you'll be coming into their homes or not. Okay.
I think that would make sense as an all exterior, because exterior is what we have purview over. And even though, and I think we can understand the plans well enough in terms of floor plans to be able to not disturb them for that. And if we're getting into that level of detail, then we're never going to get through this project for the next 10 years. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I welcome giving you guys a tour. I just had one comment unrelated to Bill's picture on his thing. I think he needs to change his picture. He looks sad. So
oh, he's frozen. That's why.
He's frozen. He's got locked in syndrome.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Mr. Angelis.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, that was your unrelated comment? Okay. Well, that was easy. All right. Okay. Any other discussion before we go to a vote? All right. Roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes, and I believe I still need a vote on the last item as well.
okay, Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Chernovsky. All right. I will get it one day. It might take sending back to real life. All right. Thank you all. And we'll see you next in 2 weeks or so. All right. We are done with item 5, or sorry, item 6, I think was what we were on.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
So we are on to item 7. Yes, Commissioner Manuel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It was.
Sorry, it was Mr. Hamilton. Sorry.
Yes. We do need to reopen the vote for item 5. Commissioner Manuel was not called on, so we just need to capture his vote for
Oh,
for that
gotcha.
item.
Okay.
So if we could just reopen that vote, all we need to do is get Commissioner
Okay,
Manuel's
sounds
vote,
good.
and then we can close it back up and move on.
We will reopen item 5, 481 West Mountain Drive. I'm not reading the whole thing again. And all right, and then we'll have a vote for Commissioner Manuel. I don't know if it doesn't need to be called out.
And Commissioner Manuel, if you could just state your vote on item 5 for the record, and we'll jot that down. Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. And the motion,
All right, thank you.
still carries, remains the same.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll close item 5. We're on to item 7, last item. 700 East Anapamu Street. This is a continued item for a courtesy review. This building is a designated city landmark, Santa Barbara High School, main building and stadium ticket booth. Courtesy review of a proposal to replace the deteriorated existing wood framed windows with new dual pane aluminum framed windows. Courtesy review of updates to the project, comments only. All right, welcome.
Oh,
And
sorry.
if we have some staff comments first.
Yeah. Just really briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just wanted to outline for you why this is for comments only. This is a city landmark, but it is the city public schools purview. And we did move into a memorandum of understanding in 2007 with the schools that on historic structures of the schools, and it lists out the schools that are historic, there will be a HLC courtesy design review when the project does involve exterior alterations. So that is why you're just comments only, and we appreciate the opportunity for the schools to listen to your expertise on these really important buildings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, welcome. Why don't I read the comments from the last review, which was several years ago, if I remember correctly, and then you can go into your presentation. So the Commission's comments were that 1, the Commission appreciated the opportunity for the courtesy review. 2, the Commission expressed skepticism regarding how an aluminum-clad window would visually resemble the original wood window. 3, the Commission requested full architectural drawings and details to illustrate the profile of the proposed mullions and how the new sash will fit into the frame. 4, the Commission requested to be invited to review the test window installation on site. 5, the Commission requested a formal inventory of the windows to be replaced to show the scope of the project. And the applicant clarified that the test is proposed for 5 windows, 1 bay, 1 classroom, not 1 window. All right. And with that, welcome. And if you could proceed with your introduction and then presentation.
Thank you. My name is Richard Wordy. I am the project manager for the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And I wanted to thank the Commission for their time today to go over the status of the project. Let's see. I guess we can go to the next slide. This is the project plans. There should have been a slide that showed a highlight of the areas that we are proposing for the initial window replacement. One is the 20s wing. I'm not sure what series of the slide is in right now, Ted. You may want to go through, there we go. So this is the, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, at least on my screen, there is a green line showing the area of work for that scope on that corner of the building. That's the 20s wing. It is separate from the main structure that would have the city historical designation. The other area of scope is over to the left-hand side of the screen in green. That would be the let's see, can't see the numbers on that, sorry. But anyways, it's the side of the building that's facing the ocean, and consequently gets a lot of the brunt of the winter storms when we have them. And if we want to go on to the next slide, let's see what we got. That's just more of the site plan. Yeah, the majority of the drawing for the plan is a inventory of windows that was completed by Creamer on the district's behalf, and documenting the styles and sizes of windows around the building with initial details, so we could look at what needs to be replaced, condition, and also, well, like I said, the style of the windows and other architectural details. Those are more of the pictures of documentation of existing conditions. And I think if we wanted to get to the next couple of slides, getting to the beyond the drawing set, there were photos that were included in the requested information. There we go. This is the start of a series of the existing conditions on the 20s wing, which is one of the first areas of scope for full replacement of windows on site. We just want to go ahead and scroll through those. That's some of the existing conditions on the 20s wing with peeling paint and other. We can go to the next one. There is a lot of these particular windows have evidence of dry rot in the walls and other hidden issues that will need to be dealt with as part of this maintenance project. And I'd also note that these windows are slightly different in size, and especially the amount of detail on the window units themselves than the windows that we'll show you on the main building. This is slightly different architectural details on the casework and surrounding areas. It's a lot simpler than the details on the main building. There are none of the turned spindles and other elements. Go ahead and go to the next one. Okay, this is a brochure for the manufacturer of the window series that we're intending on replacing the original units with. And those are all a lot of the stock inventory details that we will not be using. So this was a custom quote that was starting to work up on these particular windows, detailing roughly the same configuration that you were just looking at for the 20s wing, I believe. And these windows would be finished in the appropriate color for the building that is already existing. It would be a baked Kynar finish on the aluminum cladding. So it'd be low maintenance moving forward. And these are shop drawings for windows that are on the other wing of the building, the south side wing. And I believe it's important to point out that we are just replacing we're removing the original sash, retaining the original jamb for the existing windows and setting the insert inside that existing jamb. We're replacing some of the applied original stop to be able to get it to basically a kind of a rough opening that is within that original jamb. So we're trying to maintain as many original details that are part of the original work on the building and only replace what would be needed to get the new windows in. And this is just more of the original or the quote that we're looking at for trying to move forward. And I believe that that is pretty much it. And the district is interested in hearing your comments and responding to public comment.
All right. Thank you. All right. So if that completes your presentation, let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment can click on the green hand icon here. Use your hand with the green arrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending by webinar and you'd like to give verbal public comment, please click the hand icon. And just confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya whether we received any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We did receive written correspondence from Laura Wilson, Joe Matthews, and Lanny Ebenstein, and it was distributed to the commission before this hearing.
Okay, thank you. And I did see a hand raised from Lanny Ebenstein. So Lanny Ebenstein, I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And Mr. Ebenstein, did you want to speak? I saw your hand go up and then go down. Okay, unclear as to whether or not we have a public commenter. It looks like he's trying, so let me see what I can do here. So Mr. Ebenstein, if you're having trouble speaking or you're having trouble with audio, you might want to click your audio input, change it to phone call, and then change it back to computer audio. That could be the problem because it looks like you are trying to speak.
Or just throw your computer out the window.
Just shout. Maybe we'll hear. Well, I think for the sake of time, we should move on to questions, and I can work with Mr. Ebenstein behind the scenes to.
Okay, sounds good. Then we can reopen public comment once you have them on. Okay, sounds good. All right, so let's go on to questions by the commissioners.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Drury. Yes,
just
please.
in case I run into dinner time.
Yep.
So the newer building that I think is building 20, that's where the initial packet of windows are going to be installed. Is that correct?
This phase, yes. I would ask if you or the other commissioners have had the opportunity to view the prototype windows that were installed in the 30s building on the other side of that wing.
Oh, across the courtyard, sort of?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm pretty close by. I'll do that. I'm going to have to wrap a comment into this because I'm going to have to leave pretty quickly, but I'm just appalled at the lack of ongoing maintenance. And I'm afraid that we're going to see even worse damage to the old wing, the main building of the high school. Is that possible?
Your question is the lack of maintenance?
Well, there's a lack of maintenance on that wing, the 20 wing, but I'm concerned, is there a similar lack of maintenance and damage, ongoing damage to those double hung windows in the main building?
When we get a work order in any particular window in any particular classroom, it is addressed to the best of the district's ability. There is ongoing maintenance on the building, but as a full restoration project, it's been slow in dealing with it, and we try to deal with everything as it comes up.
Right. So is there more damage evident in the oldest windows in the building, especially on the west? I think it'd be the west side that get a lot of sun.
It really depends. There's what you can see on the surface, and then once you start dealing with taking anything apart, the hidden damage could become evident.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lendick.
Yes. For Commissioner Drury's edification, I think that the original building is over 100 years old, and I don't know that the windows have been changed out in that period of time. So maintenance after a certain period just simply doesn't exist. It can't do anything. My question for Mr. Werde is: do you have photos of the sample windows that were installed on that courtyard with you, and the adjoining windows that are wood?
I could look to see if I have that in my records. I know that we do have that documentation. Because we were dealing with this new phase, I didn't include anything from previous presentations.
I went by and looked at them, so I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, good. I do have some. I can get the documentation for the committee. I don't seem to be able to access it right now remotely.
As a follow-up question to that, this is a different manufacturer that you're proposing for these other windows, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, because the first one was who was it? It wasn't Lowen. It was what was the first one? And I think I saw it a while ago.
Yeah, the first windows, I believe, were, I don't want to say the margin. Sorry, I'm going through my.
Yeah, we'll just say for now a different manufacturer. It'll probably come to me in a second, but and then these ones are the other manufacturers. So as a follow-up to that would be based on our request from previously, one of our comments of seeing the profiles, and you looked through, so you had some of the stock profiles from the brochure for this new manufacturer, but do you have the profiles of what it will be, or what was being proposed for the with this new manufacturer for this new batch?
Yes, we do. I think the detail was on the drawing provided by Windsor, but I guess it depends which profile you're looking at, the mullions or the
mullions, the muntins, the sash, how there's hung and hopper, all the various typical details that you would see with an architectural set, and especially in a shop drawing set, like this is the beginning of.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. I've got the.
And Mr. Chair, to Mr. Werde, if you know what document those details might be on that you sent, let me know, and I can direct Mr. Bolton to pull that up.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Is that Commissioner Lendick?
Yes. Yeah. Let me add a little comment here. I may be the only one on this commission that graduated from Santa Barbara High. So I'm kind of familiar with it, but
before it was built.
Yeah, well, it was a pretty young building then. I did go by and look at the windows in the west outer courtyard on the probably the east face or the ocean siding face, and I felt those windows were ideal. They were, you set them up and looked at, to the left, and you saw the ones that were original and they're falling apart and whatever. And you looked at the samples that were installed in place, operable, whatever, and you stand back 50 feet and you probably couldn't tell the difference other than the fact that they were new, So I am very, very pleased with what I saw as the example that we went by and looked at. And from the architect's drawings, it appears they've got all of the profiles, all of the elevations that are occurring throughout the campus covered. So personally, I am quite pleased with what I see, with what I saw at the site on the visit I took. So I want other members of this commission who have not gotten by to hear what I had to say, that I think it's a good solution and a good selection.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Lenvik.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, Vice Chair House.
Let's see, I guess at this point, my questions would be, how many phases do you anticipate this work taking? And over what period of time?
That would be a very good question. Considering the limited funding that we have, it would take multiple phases. Although we are considering, depending on your comments, about looking at what we would do about addressing the entire school at one time.
Uh-huh. And I'm sorry.
It's okay. So the district wants to take your comments and review them and see what the best course is, because of in light of the public comment and whatever your board has to say, we will probably review the things in more depth.
Okay, and are there any windows that are not planned to be replaced?
At this point, very few that would not necessarily be replaced. There are some windows that are not active, and they're in little alcoves and on the side of some of the towers and things that are in pretty good condition. And the fact that they're non-operable, they're not getting stressed from being pushed out and moved around and things like that, and less likely to have had vandalism in the past.
So in general, from any viewpoint, all the windows you see in one view would generally be all replacement windows, and you wouldn't see 90% replacement windows and 10% original windows.
It would probably, it would be the district's intention to replace everything in an area that's under consideration. So that's why we had looked at where we're wrapping around that south side tower, so everything in that one side would be replaced at one time.
Okay, and if I understand this current plan that's up there, these are the windows that would be replaced in the first phase?
Yes.
And are they generally the windows that are in the worst disrepair?
They're the worst disrepair and the worst problem windows by what the principal's priority has been.
I see. Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jordan.
I had a chance to go over and look at the model installation, and I was impressed with what I saw. The changes in the profile of the mullion compared to original windows was, in my opinion, minimal and acceptable. I do have a question, however, because the sample or model installation are what I would call very plain or simple mullions. And there are also windows with other mullions You've referred to them as turned mullions in the presentation. And you may have mentioned this, I apologize if I've missed it, but I'd like you to talk a little bit about how those turned mullions, those spindle mullions, are going to be handled.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, the what I was referring to, if we could go to the, sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, can we get a picture up so that we can make sure we're talking about the same thing?
Yeah, I believe if you go to the photographs that were taken, we should have some, if we go through the 20s, it should be the main building.
Yeah, facade.
Okay. Yeah, that's on the 20s.
There we go. Photo 104 on the, yeah. That's what we're talking about?
Yes. So those would be recreated if need be. We'd be looking at salvaging what's there and either stabilizing it, or if it is too far gone, we'd be looking at having that recreated. It would be turned out of wood and replaced, possibly a casting. So it might be a fiberglass material or something like that. That would be a direct reproduction. Those are discussions that we've had with the contractor, but those have been generally found to be in reasonably good condition. We just don't know what the situation would be with the interface between that applied turning and the sill plate.
Okay. I have a comment about that, but I'll wait for comments.
Okay. A question, since we're on this picture as well. So in general, that the solution for these mullions, and I'm assuming it's the flat ones as well, even the simpler ones, but it might not be, because it might be depending on how they do it. So this is but these will have to be upkept as well in terms of painting and making sure that there's not rot and everything else, termite, all that kind of stuff, right? So unless of course it went to like a fiberglass or something else, but the general plan, and then to kind of go off of that, what for the flat mullions, the big flat simple ones, those are still existing or going to be replaced as wood and painted. Is that correct? Or was that going to be made as part of the flag?
Actually, those would be retained. We're just, if you're looking at that particular picture, you can see on either side of that spindle that there's an applied kind of a elliptical shaped stop or added piece of trim. We tried to, at least in the prototype, we've tried to retain as much of that original woodwork as possible. We had the one thing I will mention is in addition to the dry rot and ravages of time, a lot of that existing original woodwork is containing lead paint. So we have another layer of trying to abate and encapsulate as much as we can where it makes sense.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Chair?
Okay. Commissioner Dury?
This is Mike, still here. So the assumption all along is that the necessary replacement of the windows will result in a longer lasting, more efficient window system. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's my last question. I'm going to go make dinner for my mother. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right.
Too.
Mr. Chair?
All right. Commissioner House, or Vice Chair House.
Just for the sake of asking, I should put this out there, but in the public comment we received, there were a couple that addressed renovating the existing windows or providing replacements that were exact copies that were milled locally or elsewhere, and reusing existing hardware, fixing it where necessary, and even some representations that it would be less expensive. I just think that it's worth asking, what is the reason that you're not considering that approach instead of getting new aluminum windows?
Part of the issue with the existing conditions is that each window as an individual set of components is in varying conditions. And one of the unique features of these existing windows designed by Mr. Weeks is that they all open at the same time. So and they have various mechanisms for that articulation. Over the years, some of that has become inoperable. Over the years, some windows have just simply been screwed shut rather than trying to replace the mechanicals on the inside. It was an original design by the architect, and to replicate these parts and recondition them and taking the window structure apart to be able to do that was going to be a large task. A lot of it is also, some of it has been painted with lead paint. There have been various repairs. It's just it was going to be kind of an insurmountable job, because where do you stop with each individual window?
I guess I should clarify my question a little bit more, because one of the public comments involved newly created windows. And I certainly understand the problems of removing an existing window and then having to seal up that opening for the duration of the time it takes to repair it and put it back in. But if you were having new wood windows made that were exact replicas of these, those could be made ahead of time and then just a direct swap out, just like you would be doing with the aluminum windows. So that's what I'm more curious about.
Well, in the past, some of my predecessors who have been looking at this project did solicit bids from the vendors that were mentioned in the public comment.
Okay.
And in review of those particular proposals, it was just the sash that was being replaced. And it would still need to be, the vendor that was offering services to create the reproductions of the sashes, it was a cost for that, a cost for the installation, and a cost for painting. There was not the rest of the considerations on what would need to be done to fully deal with replacing this. That doesn't, none of the costs for the abatement, none of the costs for the mechanical repairs, none of the dry rot, none of the sill plates, nothing as far as I could see in any of those. It's not an apples to apples comparison for what was proposed at that time.
I understand. And I would like to, acknowledge that this is an incredibly huge undertaking, because there's so many different window configurations. So, I appreciate the difficulty in it. One last question I'd like to ask is why you are switching window manufacturers from the one that we saw a sample of.
The original manufacturer was discontinuing that particular line that we purchased from.
I see.
And it was not clear if that manufacturer was going to be able to provide adequate replacements.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Other questions? And because as well, because this is courtesy review, I think it probably would be good to have comments, but also to have a little bit more discussion style, because this is, you know, us giving our advice for things as opposed to actually being the deciding body on it. So, I think that it would be nice for you to as well keep your camera on, Mr. Wordy, as we go, and if there are some questions that you want clarification on as we make comments, I think that'll be helpful.
Okay.
For you and for what you're getting from it. And then I'll try to summarize in the end once we have gone through them as well, so it's clear. But any other questions before we go into comments? All right. So in terms of in terms of comments, I did. I said I want to say it was way back when they were first installed. The samples. I think I couldn't remember if it was Geldman or Colby and Colby, but and I would agree that that they were okay. That they were okay. I wouldn't say that they were great, but they were okay in terms of getting the mullion profiles to be pretty similar. And there were little bit discrepancies, but it wasn't the end of the world. And the mullion number of divisions and everything was exactly right, and where they hit things in terms of divisions was right. But it was some of the more subtle profiles were a little off. But that was just from my reporting back. So who wants to start off with the comments?
Mr. Chair?
No, Vice Chair House, and then we'll go to Commissioner Doran.
Well, Commissioner Lenvik already commented that he found these replacement windows acceptable, and I would agree with that. I was very impressed by how closely they resembled the originals. Yes, I also did notice some differences, but considering that, you know, you can easily mill wood to any profile and shape you want, and the aluminum windows are you're more limited in that regard. I was very impressed. I have a concern that it's going to be a different manufacturer and not the ones that we have viewed. And then I would also have a major concern if they don't find a way to do this in an expeditious manner so that we don't run into a similar situation where half of them got installed from one manufacturer and then they decide to discontinue that line. And then there's differences in color and differences in details. So, boy, it would certainly be ideal to get as many of them replaced in as short a period of time as possible. So those are my comments.
I see Ms. Hernandez, you have your camera on as well. Did you want to chime in on something?
I really just think we should try and go back to public comment. I thought there were some people that wanted to speak.
Was there? Okay, great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if we have public, thanks. All right, it's true. All right, anyone wishing to?
Ms.
We're
Hernandez.
gonna reopen public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Chair. I've been working, sending public commenter emails and have not received a response yet, but we'll go ahead and try opening again. So Lonnie Evenstein, I'm gonna unmute you. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Excellent.
Yeah, loud and clear. Woohoo.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your time and interest in these issues. I'm always impressed when I come to an HLC meeting at the thoughtfulness of your comments. And I agree with Mr. Lenvik and some of the other comments that have been made to the extent that this is not a horrible rendition at this point in time. But I believe that this is something that has to be looked at holistically. There's only $5 million for Santa Barbara High, Santa Barbara Junior High, La Cumbre, and McKinley. And to replace a few windows at Santa Barbara High School and leave the other windows undone and only do some of the windows at Santa Barbara High with a manufacturer that's different from the one that's already been installed, and that in the future there might be a different manufacturer again. For all of these reasons, it seems to me that the best course is where windows can be restored, they should be restored. And where wood windows can be replaced with similar looking wood windows, that's better than being replaced with aluminum windows. And given the cost of the project, and I recognize that's not your purview or focus, but nonetheless, the Santa Barbara Unified School District is proposing to spend $12,400 per window on this project. Those are funds that I believe indicate that there are other options that should be considered before saying, let's move right away with these 100 windows at Santa Barbara High of 300 to 350 or so. I'm not sure the exact count, but it's something that it seems to me that renovation, whenever and restoration is the way that should go, that's in your own policies with respect to the advantages of windows, being that maintaining original windows helps to retain the historic character of the building. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Hamilton, is there any other public commenters?
Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the commission, there are no other hands raised at this time, so we can proceed back to comment.
All right, I'll close public comment and back to the commission for more comments and thoughts.
I have a comment.
Commissioner Jordan.
I have a comment about this. This is a design comment. There is a hierarchy to the windows at Santa Barbara High School that supports the larger design hierarchy of the architecture of the building. That hierarchy is expressed by the presence of those turned mullions or spindles. So I think that it's absolutely critical that that hierarchy be maintained by making sure that either those spindles are the originals that have been restored, or when they can't be restored, where they are replaced by wooden spindles that are as close to the originals as possible. I would hate to see those spindles disappear in a cost-saving measure that would irreparably harm the design of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Other commissioners' comments? I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think we do have a very large section in our historic resources guidelines, and this is a this is a city landmark, which is held to the highest level usually, and we have a large section on restoration of wood windows and both the benefits and the long-term and long-term maintenance is of course an issue, but the benefits of it and the keeping of the character. It seems if there is a way and it's not extremely cost prohibitive, that it really should be considered as the ideal option and the primary option to sort of strive for. On a practical note, as someone who regularly works with historic buildings on the architecture side of things, and knowing that windows, especially if they're not all rotten, or most of looks like most of them are in somewhat disrepair, but most of them are not to the total point of degradation that the worst cases are, that they can be restored, and usually that's at least equal or less than on all new windows. And then the other additional factor is being done in being able to do the worst ones first and not have to worry that you have to buy them all at the same time, because we're going to have the off-the-shelf problem where the shelf runs out, the model changes like we saw in this other one. And that over time we'll end up with 4 different styles because we couldn't do them all at once. So it allows you to take the worst case scenarios first, replace those, and piece by piece just replace. And some of them, they probably need very little comparatively in terms of reconstruction or anything else. And it's more a matter of cleaning them up and maybe filling them and repainting them. But the other factor is the spindles, the mullions that are mulling them together, and the surroundings that are wood are also going to need to be upkept, or the same thing's going to keep happening. And so you have this case where you need to paint the building, and yes, you need to paint the trim work. And then if you don't have to paint the sashes, that isn't really, in my mind, that's not really saving you that much. It's not like you're installing it in a Adobe building or something, and that's the only element that you're painting. And instead, this is sort of upkeep for everything around the window as well. So even if you're not painting that sash because it's aluminum clad. So those are all reasons why I think that at least the ideal is to try to go for wood and restoration, and then only as a secondary backup doing that, going to the clad option, which isn't the end of the world, but it definitely is not the ideal. So anyway, those are my 2 cents on it.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one thing to that, restoring or replicating these windows affords the opportunity to reuse the old wavy glass wherever possible.
Yep, I agree. Other comments? Yes, Commissioner Uli.
I'll throw my 2 cents in. Mr. Wordy, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I certainly appreciate the scale and complexity of your project, and want to commend your sensitivity to historic resources. Your time at the courthouse and doing similar maintenance projects is still appreciated and recognized by many who see it. So, I give my hat off to that. I do recognize, though, that that your budgets, constrain you to do certain things, and you might not be able to do the best thing because of the budget. But I do remain concerned that any replication, replacement, or mocking of the windows in a material that is not appropriate should be avoided, even if that causes your project to be many more phases than you would like, so that you can take whatever resource you do have and replace 2 or 3 or 4 windows with the best result, and then do 2 or 3 or 4 more, rather than going to a cheaper version of being able to do more than that. The building has been there, as Commissioner Lenvik indicated, 100 years plus. It's not likely to be going anywhere unless, we have some major thing that causes that. And I think that the long view should be taken and the highest solution be applied.
All right. Other.
So 2 down, 5 to go.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Thank you. I think I'm being heard, right?
You
hear me?
Yes.
You
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Oh, good. I stated my what I consider reasonable and positive comments previously. I think that the long-term solution, reduce maintenance costs, ability to have something in which you are able to buy complete. In other words, the glass is in it, the finishes on it, it fits in. It's a very, very appropriate way to go. And I think that the historic aspect of the building will not be compromised by the windows. The windows are a large element, but they're also a small element. We're not asking them to, not plaster the building, but put wood siding on it or whatever. We're simply saying, let's get the most efficient and effective window that is the closest match possible in these openings. And I think what they're showing us is that. Thank you.
All right, other commission comments? So I guess to try to summarize, well, let's do a straw vote so we can have a summary. I think that the 2 different views expressed so far have been that at least that most or I guess the first question is, does everyone prefer a wood replacement wood as the ideal candidate for wood replacement and restoration of windows that don't need replacement, that can be just restored, as the preferred option, with the secondary option as the doing a new window sash or is I guess, and the other way would be to prefer going to the new sash as proposed, instead of the restoration, all wood restoration option first. So I guess that would be the first. I didn't hear anyone say anything else than that. So if you do have a different opinion, that's fine. But it looks like, and say it now so we can throw it into the mix. It looks like those two are at least the two current ideas going.
By new sash, do you mean aluminum clad, or do you mean?
Sorry, new aluminum clad sash. That's sorry. So the one option is new aluminum clad sash as proposed is your choice, and then the other option is the restoration of wood, if at all possible, in a reasonable way, is preferred with the aluminum clad as a backup, if it's not reasonable, but with the preferred being wood restore what's there, wood, and replace wood with wood going forward. So those seem to be the two options on the table, and if we even just with the straw vote, I think that at least tells them what where this commission opinion is, and which is what we're trying to get to. This is just for just courtesy consult. So,
yeah, Mr. Chair.
All right. So, yes, Commissioner Uli.
I think in adherence with the Department of Interior standards, replication out of the same material, even if you're building it new, is preferred over replicating it out of a foreign material that doesn't exist. So I think that's the ideal, but I think we all recognize that there are budget issues, and to get the windows replaced of that alternate material is a more effective manner, but I think it's always ideal to restore with the same material.
So, and that, okay, that makes sense. So as a follow-up to that, it seems like there's two different budgetary questions, right? One is budgetary of buying the new windows, and the other is budgetary in terms of maintenance, right? The long-term maintenance question. So and I guess this is opening back up in terms of discussion to Mr. Werde. Do you know if it would seem to me that a restoration of the existing windows and just replacing the worst ones first, and it could be a kind of a like for like in terms of the wood. You can make it look just like it. You could just swap out the one that's rotten and the other one that's rotten. It would seem that be, as a budgetary concern, would probably be the most reasonable way. Am I right in that? Because it's not like all the windows are at the same level. There's a few that are really, like, maybe, I don't know, 20% are really bad, and then 80% or 50% are kind of medium bad, and 30% are decent or whatever. There's some mix of them in terms of where they are. So in terms of budget, is it we need to buy it all now, and get the budget for that, for buying them all new now? Because in that case, it would be that the budget would seem like you can just replace a few at a time, the worst ones first. In terms of, does that make sense in terms of a budget question? Like, does it actually help you to go wood because you could do only replace 20% of them as an absolute necessary thing?
Well, I think from one of the concerns that the district had was trying to not leave any one particular area with a brand new window next to one that needs to be replaced. We're trying to deal with a reasonably large section so it doesn't look out of place, if possible. It's been whatever budget we've had available. And I think if your commission is of the opinion that we should be looking at an overall larger project to address everything in one large project, then we can take that to our board with in consideration for trying to look at something like that.
Chair?
Okay, but yes,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Mahan?
I don't think I don't think this commission should get into budgeting. I don't think that's our purview. And I think what's happened here is that the school district is determined that they're going to replace these windows with aluminum windows, trying to match as closely as possible. We've looked at the sample that they put in there, and everybody that I've talked to thinks that the samples are very, very close to the existing. I think we're going around in circles here. We should say, we recognize you're going to do these windows in aluminum, and you appear to have tried to match the existing as closely as possible with the new, and that's good, and that's what we want you to continue to do, and send these people on their way. I think we're beating this too much. The district is going to do aluminum windows, and let's encourage them to match the existing as closely as possible with the new. Clad windows are really superior. They're superior, and thank you.
Well, I have my other take on it is that if you're still upkeeping the wood around them, the clad window itself may be fine, but you still have all the maintenance issues of the thing around it. So, anyways, it depends. So, is the commission feeling along those lines? If so, then that's fine. I might be the odd man out in terms of that recommendation. Or I mean, yeah.
Mr.
Chair House.
Yes. I guess being pragmatic, the fact is that we are only allowed a courtesy review on this. So we could certainly make a statement that we would prefer renovation or replication in wood of these existing windows, but acknowledging the likely outcome is that they will be aluminum clad windows. I would agree with Commissioner Mahan that we should encourage them possible, as well as come up with the funds to do this in as short a time as possible so we don't run into a problem with different manufacturers at different times.
Okay, Commissioner Uli, and then Commissioner Edmonds, and then we'll vote on something.
Yeah, I don't think we would vote because it's not binding anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree that ideal would be to follow the Department of Interior standards in a much more compliant way, but recognize that they'll be replaced in aluminum. And as long as we get as close to the profiles and cut-ups as possible, is probably the best that we can hope.
Right, Commissioner Edmonds, and then let's get summarize our comment.
I just want to agree with that. I thought that Vice Chair House laid it out perfectly, and Commissioner Uli said it as well, and I'm in total agreement. We should follow Department of Interior standards as best we can, but we have to be practical as well.
All right, so I'll just make the summarizing comment, and then if you need a vote, we can. While it's ideal to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for restoration of or replication of the wood windows, we recognize that it's for practical reasons and longevity of the sash that using the clad windows similar to the ones previously installed is acceptable and getting it with as close a profile as possible. And then I would add to that looking forward to seeing that this manufacturer is different, their profile, see how it compares as well.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner House, or Vice Chair House?
In our recorded comments that we state that we would appreciate them replacing as many of them as quickly as possible so we don't run into problems with
yes.
manufacturers.
Yep, and with that comment added. All right. And is there, to Mr. Hamilton, do we need to make a motion on this, or is those comments suffice?
Mr. Chair, to the Commission, a vote is not necessary in this case since it's a courtesy review. Staff will simply summarize your comments in the minutes and we can go from there.
We can check in that. Okay.
And
Sounds
thank
good.
Mr. Morty for his presentation and bearing with us and all our
and actually
comments.
Let's actually add that comment as the first comment. We again appreciate the school coming and the school district coming to us and for this courtesy review and all the work that's been put into matching these windows as close as possible. Oh, and actually, the one other comment I do want to add to Mr. Jordan, that the hierarchy is very important, and that the wood mullions in between, especially the spindle, should be replaced wood with wood and replicated as close as possible. As a very important element of this. So, all right.
Good
And
luck
I
with
think that's it. So, all right. Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. And I think that's it. So, we can officially adjourn the meeting. All right. Have a great, we'll see you guys in less than 2 weeks for the first time in a year.
Thank you.
All right.